Hi everyone. Am I audible to all? Hi. Hi, sir.
Hello.
Hi. Yes, we'll be starting the webinar now. Welcome everyone. Thank you for your joining us for today's webinar on virtual conference on traditional and alternative medicine. My name is Swati. I am your host for this meeting. On behalf of the pages, we are very pleased to welcome you to share and witness the advances in the field together. And we especially thank our sponsors, Marine Products, Cumura Groups, Cumura Functional Foods Company Limited, USA, for sponsoring this webinar. Your support is gratifying. We hope that our association continues for further events. Thank you once again for joining the webinar. And now we begin the webinar with a talk from the speaker, Dr. M.H. Rafiq from University of Colombo, Sri Lanka, and the talk will be of overview of future aspects of complementary medicine. Dr. Rafiq, you can continue with your talk.
Good morning. I'm here due to the current electricity problem. We are a little bit slowing. Give me a 5 minutes time of the country situation of the power cut. Everyone, you are hearing me?
Yes, doctor, we can hear you. Yes.
Did you? I am very sorry. My country is these days power cut. The electricity is problem going on. So that's what's delayed me organizing certain things. I am going to talk regarding about alternative medicine and complementary medicine future aspect. As we know, we are qualified in allopathic medicines, and today the market of the future of the people who are looking for nature life, nature curing, and they are seeking without any side effect. Mostly the nature way of the healing part, it's a number of the complementary therapies are available. We can say it's A to Z therapies are here. There are certain therapies are very good result without any side effect. So we have to combine integrated way to do the medicine, the helpful for our community and human being, take care of the well-being of the health. So my point of view, I am the 35 years of the alternative and complementary medicine. I practice mostly Europe country and Middle East. I worked on so many cases, which is mostly pain management, then chronic illness. As we know that chronic illness are various type of problem, internal part, external part, immunity side, so all are involving. But today in the market of the practice of complementary medicine, most of them are practicing various therapies with the medical doctors who are specialized MDs and physicians. All of them are seeking the knowledge of the complementary medicine. Why? Because of most of the patients who are chronic cases, managing parties can help to the medical way, and the complementary medicines can helpful for the certain period of the time. It's helpful. My point of view, my experience of the alternative and complementary medicine, integrated medicines, I have gone through the number of the arthritis case and joints pains, spine problem, migraine, and gastrointestinal IBS, is psychosomatic problem, stress, and headaches. These are the most advanced cases, are more result, more benefited. But can you think about the complementary medicine, A to Z, acupuncture, biomagnetic therapy, color therapy, and then we can say magnetotherapy, then acupressure, then various detoxifications, herbal medicine, and then we can say about detoxifications. Those are very classified way helping to the human body. But the way you practice, the way you get to experience each and individual, we have analyzed the patients, analyzed the situation of the condition, and various depend on that condition. So we have homeopathic medicine, via homeopathic medicine, via individually reputations, we have to take it, clinical history, we have to take it. Herbal medicine is entirely different, each and every one. We are giving the patient, for example, for the memory, we'll say reducing the memory, age calling. The ginkgo biloba herb is a very good herbs to give the ginkgo biloba. It's a very good. Sometimes the nutrition also important, but most of the medical doctors practicing nutrition, some of them are not interested about the nutrition, but nutrition can take as a tablet form, or fruits and vegetables form also can take. So what I want to tell you all, we are all our practitioners. Patients need complementary medicine. What we are looking at, the patient needs sympathy. So allopathy, homeopathy, osteopathy, the patient finally needs sympathy. That's what the patient looking. And even we are a certain system, main system, the digestive system, the stomach system, you have to be cleansing a system, balance the system, energy flow, yin and yang, energy flow, acid, alkaline should be balanced the system, drink more enough water and fruits, the chemicals to be avoided, more chemicals should be avoided. And same time, we are the people who are mostly stressed. The stress is one of the main causes of today. Every time they are looking at the everything's timing and minutes and all things. These are making us a nervous and negative thoughts. We should be a positive thoughts. We have to be helpful to the people, and more laughing is one of the medicine, relaxing the medicine, advising, counseling, and help the patients. If you cannot treat the Western medicine, try to give them to that allopathic, the alternative medicine, complementary medicine, integrative medicine, so many way of the helping the patient. We have to give the space to them to do that. But that is what we are doing. But you see, some of them are they keeping holding, they are the best in the hero, but finally nothing happened to the patients. So what my point of view are the complementary medicine. Now, for example, I have a patient of the guy who's I'm reading now here. He is suffering from the osteoarthritis more than 2.5 years. So they have osteoarthritis, could be that knee pain, but he has a vitamin D deficiency as well. So we must know that vitamin D is where adequate, you have to give the patients. You can give it with the food system or natural way of the sunlight early morning, and that is also good. So we have the supplement we have to give, then same time we have to give the supplement medications as well, and physio treatment with the acupuncture, physio and manipulations, everything, and dietary advice, weight management, ligaments to be manipulated, and so many things are involving. So we must be advised. First thing is we are looking the patients more time to concern about discussing the history of the patient and advising the patient. This is the one of the most important. But today, when you go to the doctors, they are little bit time and they are giving the medication, chemical, advanced technology is going on, toxin forming the liver, getting the damage, and kidney get damaged. But I don't antagonize that antagonize of Western medicine. We need the Western medicine surgery part and some clinical part. But we have to give the space of the complementary medicine also. I think any questions, let me know. I can give you my experience, what I want to tell you all. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Rafiq, for the insightful talk. Now the stage is open for questions. If any speakers are having any questions regarding this talk, please you can ask Dr. Rafi.
I can't hear you, ma'am.
Can you hear me, sir, now?
Now, okay. Can you?
Yes. Have you done with your talk, sir?
Pardon?
Are you done with your talk, sir? Is your talk is over?
It's still not clear. The last word.
Is your talk, are you done with your talk, sir? Is your talk is over? Hello?
Did you complete your presentation, Doctor? Rafi?
No, not yet, not yet.
Yes, yes.
Give me
Please
a 2 minutes time. My internet's giving some slow, and I will be back to the 2 minutes time.
Sure,
Any
sure.
question any
No
question you
questions.
can ask me?
No questions at all. You can please continue.
Yeah, please. Give me that slide show. My alternative complete. Can you hear me now? Can you hear?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
I'm very sorry to be apologizing. My country now is the dark in that power cut, electricity, all these problems are going on. That's what I couldn't make it today. All days out of the because of the petrol problem. Right. So what I want to tell you now, the complementary medicine to be developed, and there are various textbooks are available. Alternative complementary medicine. These slides you can connect it here. Yeah, connect this one. Various textbooks are available, journals are available, and so we can update our knowledge and get that combined with the integrated medicines. So it's very helpful to the patients, and as we can help them. So my point of view that you see now these patients who is now I am treating the patient that put the light. Can you see these patients? He is suffering from the osteoarthritis. How long have this problem? 1.5 years. 1.5 years he has a problem. After the 5 treatment, how many percentage better? 50 or 60 or 70? 70% he feel much improvement. I have to use the herbs oil and the light system of this physio and acupuncture and some supplementary I gave him and some exercise program. So the patients are feeling much improvement. No chemical medicine at all, but he followed the chemical medicine 1.5 years and nothing happened. And finally vitamin D also we are giving for his supplement. So the patients are now 70% improvement after 7 treatment. So we are giving the dietary advice. We are giving as a patients some oil, herbs oil, and light system, physio, acupuncture, and some dietary advice. So this is the clinically a proof the patients how they work on that complementary medicine. Slide. Give me 2 minutes time. I will show some slides for you all. Hello, can you hear me now? Sorry for that. No, another one. Go for it. No, another one. Go for it. See that the complementary medicine, how they are doing this different way of the set up the clinic and different way of the treatment. Another one. Go on. And the way of the treatments are chakra way and oil treatment, herbs and oil capsule form. They are giving for the nature way of the treatment. There are various type of books available for the textbooks to understand the complementary medicine, integrative medicine journal is available, UK, USA, and this one. Go for another one. I'm also a radiologist. Sometime we are going through the first aid way to analyze the system of the healthcare, and through the radiology iris analysis. The iris analysis, we have a chart and the iris scope. We will check through the iris, right and left iris, how we will find out. Get me that one, that picture. And we have a chart. The chart will be indicating the the way of the area. The area is the Leculi is there, landmark, Leculi and black spot and half Leculi, then fibers and black spot and white spot. Through that, we will analyze the system of your body and which organ is affected and how we can analyze. This is the one of the first aid like that precaution way. Before they're getting the disease, we will analyze the system. According to that, we will treat the patient and help to them not to go for the bedside. That is what one of the help. And I also tell you all this. We have a lot of experience of the medical students. We are teaching this one and to get to know these all are medical students. 1988, I have a form of the medical student. I have treated and taught them medical lines. And when I was in the Middle East, I have a lot of doctors who are medical doctors who are learned from complementary and alternative medicine. We have, and the medical systems are in the group of the system, naturopathy, nutritional medicine, aromathy, massage, crystal healing, cupping therapy, different type of the energy medicine. All these are ancient Indians, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, China, Egypt, and Tibet, German, Russia, Arab countries are formed this medicine. But when I do the go for another one. Holistic medicines and the different concept, you can see the conscience with the teaching about the whole man holistic system. The best definition of holistic medicine that integrate knowledge of the body, mind, and the environment. The complementary medicines entail different, and the alternative medicine different, integrated medicines different. You can see the different integrated medicine, the use of the both conventional and the non-mainstream treatment that have the evidence of the safety and effectiveness. And not only that, we do the acupuncture also. Go for it. And acupuncture is a pain management, and there are certain illness can be stimulated by the points, and we can treat that. Now we treat the acupuncture and we give them training also, the doctors and everything, to know how can pain management do that. This is facial palsy, how we acupuncture way we can treat that and how we feel better. And the lower back pain, how acupuncture way we treat it and feel better. You can see the picture. Oh, the acupressure is a part of the relaxing system. Pressure points works on the without needling. And another. Oh, this is another system of the way. It's called as a cupping therapy. Cupping therapy based on the Chinese system. Meridian basis, you can apply on the pressure point and you can put the cups on that. You can pump the cups and you can stimulate the area of the chi and H to form, and you can put the blades, the surgical blades, and cut and that can take out the blood. So these are the cups, various type of the cups, various way of eating. Good. Now, this is the one, the cups are using technique you can see from the pictures, but there are complications surgery. This is when you do the cupping also, sometimes the burning can occur because of the fire in the area. So the skin can damage. When you get the skin then damage, so the skin reaction can causes. This is a healthy circulation, normal cupping, moderate stagnation, severe stagnation, colors are changes, congestion, toxins are spot like that. Purpura is this way, blister, black patches, blood deficiency. So when you do the cupping, this reaction will be appear on the skin. So the doctor who are reading the patient, we will understand the patient's to condition. According that, he will go for it. And not only that, you maybe heard about this famous Phillips, who's a swimmer, and he used the cupping for the body to be more activated energy. He winner of the world. So that is another thing is also you can see that Phillips cupping can also can reduce the stress, also take out the blood. But you should be a very perfect diabetic patients. We have to be very careful. I don't do the diabetic, but other cases I do that. I'm telling honestly. Health benefit cupping to improve the circulation, treat the migraine naturally, stress management, reduce the fatigue and pain management. So cupping is one of the technique for the alternative way technique for the certain cases. And this is called as a restful remedy. It's a homeopathy way tesisol, impatient stars, the Belthium, the cherry plum, rock rose, and clematis. These are rescue remedy under the stressed person. You can drop about 2 or 3 drops under the tongue. It can be benefited for the patients. There are certain herbs and nutritions. These are more effective. That one. We can see that how they are. Ginkgo biloba is a brain booster, and mecha is a stimulus with X energy, and aloe vera cleansing the system of the body and skin as well. Coenzyme Q10 good for the system of the energy flow, antioxidant, and same time the your heart strength muscles and heart muscles to be get better to support. There are certain selected about herbs are better herbs are. I have noticed that this country, but this I put it a picture to that. There is a French herb milk style and certain herbs. This is herbs are various type of production. Well, it's a cold weather condition. The fruits are available and vegetable stems available and leaves available. According that herbs we can use from the leaves. This is advanced technology of cardiac examination. They do that, but when you go to the radiology checkup, we will tell that we go to the cardiologist because we first if the heart area of the muscle iris fiber, the changes are noticed. We don't read the patient. We will tell the advanced to the go to the technology of the cardiology to see that patient. So we must guide that safe side also. When I was in India, I was training something technology. So say time the fruits are how they benefited, and there's various type of fruit, fresh fruit eat, and we feel much better diet and nutrition purpose. We don't take some vitamins and nutrition supplement and everything through the fruits and vegetables, and we can enjoy our nutrition. But only thing is the amount is difficult. Detoxification, there are cleansing the liver. You see, the cleansing the liver is a detoxification. Also very important. Liver, get the fatty liver, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, 4, like that. So we must be the liver detoxification is very important, and lymphatic detoxification is very important. There are certain times how we are putting the petrol to the car, and every mileage, after certain mileage we are cleansing. We should be detoxify our body system, fasting, cleansing the system, water system, or then your food system. We have to follow. Okay. Probiotic. Pre-probiotic is a very important acid alkaline balancing. There are certain fruits probiotic is a very important. You can see the picture. And it also found the prebiotic enhance absorption of the minerals in the body, including the magnesium, possibly the iron and calcium. All these are crucial, the retaining and the strong bone and preventing the fracture osteoporosis. Okay. Raw garlic, sometimes irritating your throat, and so we had to be very careful. It's a little bit boiled, and spread of this the cheese and banana. Another one. Other good probiotic is asparagus, leeks, and raw honey, and green leaves, and wheat, Spanish beans, oats, soya beans. Those are very good to take it also. And this you can see some pictures which I selected certain thing. Sakra, this one. Meditation is also very important. Meditation is very helpful for the toxin and your energy flow system, chi and D. So you can flow and calm down your body system, and it's also very helpful. This one. Yeah. Chakra. You see, sound chakra is there. Crown chakra, third eye chakra, and throat chakra, and you can see that heart chakra, the solar chakra, and sacral chakra, and lower chakra. The chakra is a very important chakra. It will be very helpful for the stress condition of the patient and the body immunity to be improved. So we have to follow the chakra as well. Depend on the case. Healing with the crystal, that is also depend on the case. Who is the energy flow vibration person, we can helpful this iris. This is the way iris analyzing. I'm checking the patients, how we analyze and report to the patient, and they will follow the next step. We go for several individual and complementary medical lectures and everything. that part. Another very important today, the healing complementary medicine. Tongue color can be treated with the tongue, the quarter tongue, and the pearl tongue, and red tongue, tooth mark tongue, and also very important to see the tongue diagnosis. In medically also we see that, complementary medicine also we will see that, but medically entirely different color system, complementary also that. Anemic patient will check the eye and tongue. And pulse diagnosis also various, pulse, superficial pulse, deep pulse. The pulse is also related with the organs, internal organ, and same time it goes to the meridian. Meridian is also blocked, and the pulse will be changes to your vibration is a rhythmic. Color therapy, how is my rooms, the color therapy, how I am treating, and various colors, various color points treatment. This is all the color treatments. Each color has a different sickness to be helpful, vibration to be calm down the patients. Yes. Finally, my meeting and these things, convocation. So to treat patient, there are allopathy, osteopathy, naturopathy, and homeopathy, but there is nothing like sympathy. This is way I am giving for to basic idea about that complementary medicine future way, how you would be helpful to the people. Any questions to know? Any question? Hello?
Dr. Rafiq,
Yes.
is your talk is over, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rafiq, for the insightful talk. If any speakers have any questions regarding this talk, please, you can ask Dr. Rafiq. The stage is open for questions.
Actually, I born from Sri Lanka. I studied India. I worked in Middle East. I educated in Europe country, various countries, and I was a lecturing and director for the complementary medicine Middle East. And I'm a consultant advisor for the Pakistan universities and Europe also. And I am still continuing my practice as a hobby and working to the help to the humanity of human being, how can be good health and take care of our lifespan to longer life without any problem. So that's what I am seeking. I'm a MBBS medical student. I studied, and after that I developed my practice to be a holistic medicine to come up there today. That's what I'm very interested to. Still I'm giving knowledge and my 35 years experience, and still I'm learners. I want to learn from you also. You have to learn from my side as well, and we are integrated way to be work. Yes.
Dr. Rafiq, I think so there are no questions from the speakers. If anyone is having, please drop your questions in the chat column at the side of this, and Dr. Rafiq will be answering your questions. And once again, thank you, Dr. Rafiq, for being part of our webinar. Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome.
Yeah, moving on to our next talk. Yes, our next speaker is Dr. Stephen Kelly. He is a consultant homeopathic pharmacist from Scotland, and he will be giving the talk on how homeopathic healthcare providers are responding to the expectations of patients as what they now consider constitutes an appropriate treatment outcome, and how the quality of service may continue to be improved in the future. Dr. Stephen? Yes, sir, you can go ahead.
It's muted, I think.
Dr. Steven, we can't hear you. Please once check your mic.
Can you see the screen? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can. I can see your screen. I don't know the others. I can see your screen.
Thank you very much. That's very promising.
Okay.
Let me see if I can show my screen again. Right, how are we doing? Is that good?
Looks good to me.
Excellent, thank you. Well, at least there's two of us watching it anyway, so that's good. Okay, I will start again. Good day to you. It's a great pleasure to join you from Scotland, and I thank the organisers for inviting me to present. My title for this practice-based presentation is rather shorter than that published in the official programme, but nevertheless will cover the same content. The theme is change, simply that word. My aim is to present, albeit briefly in the time available, my views on how the provision of holistic medicine is reflecting changes in the healthcare environment. I will do this with reference to homeopathy, a discipline that I have practiced in community and hospital settings for more than 50 years. These are the topics that I intend to address, all related to changes in the objectives of healthcare, in patient profiles, in healthcare practice, in the criteria of outcome measures, and in the level of engagement with regulatory authorities. The first of these topics concerns the aims and objectives associated with the provision of healthcare. These have developed over centuries as our knowledge and techniques have expanded. In modern times, or comparatively modern times, when you get to my age, everything looks modern. This man was responsible for one of the more important shifts in thinking about health. From what is now Croatia, this founder member of the WHO has introduced the idea of achieving wellness, a quite different concept to that of managing disease. In the next 50 years, the original definition changed frequently to include reference to physical health, mental health, social health, and lifestyle. A four-stage approach to healthcare evolved, but there was little reference to wellness in the manner in which it was practiced. Action still focused on managing, or perhaps more accurately, firefighting disease, and to some extent, rehabilitation. But other aspects, such as the promotion and the maintenance of good health, was limited. In the practice of allopathic medicine, the reliance on the so-called disease model of healthcare has led to many cases of unwanted consequences. In my experience, people choose to be treated with homeopathy and other holistic therapies because they embrace the concept of wellness. There are numerous definitions of this term wellness. This definition implies active input, indeed, perhaps even an obligation from the patient to discuss the way in which they're treated. But of course, not all circumstances permit this to happen. I see that a later presentation looks at wellness as well, so I look forward to learning something more from James. So we might now rephrase the four-stage approach in terms of wellness: promoting wellness, maintaining wellness, managing wellness, and restoring wellness. Moving on from this discussion on what we want to provide to how we might provide it, there are two developments to consider. The first provides an important opportunity for holistic practice. The second is more of a challenge. The first idea is that of integrative medicine. In effect, a team effort that encourages input across numerous disciplines, thus giving patients the best treatment options. Even allopathic medicine, long seen as the rogue of the story because of its disease-based approach, it has a role to play in integrative or integrated care. This was quite clearly seen in an ongoing COVID pandemic, with patients being successfully prescribed both homeopathy and allopathic medicine, as reported recently in the UK Faculty of Homeopathy publication Simile, of which I am the editor. Glasgow Homeopathic Hospital was renamed the Centre for Integrative Care, and the Royal London Homeopathic Hospital is now called the Royal London Hospital for Integrative Medicine. Both have moved with the times and accepted the concept. It's interesting that Glasgow should have gone with the word care in its title and London with the word medicine. The semantics involved here could be the subject of a protracted discussion, but that's for another day. The second idea is proving more difficult to adapt for holistic medicine. This is the idea of One Health. Here, it is acknowledged that human, veterinary, and environmental health are closely linked, and all aspects should be considered in healthcare provision. For example, it's been estimated that up to 70% of all emerging diseases are zoonotic in origin, so the veterinary link is particularly important. For me, the concept is encapsulated in this slide. If the dog is infected with a parasite, this may be excreted into the environment and affect other animals. It may affect the environment itself, or indeed be passed on to humans. So all need to be treated. The One Health concept is in its infancy in many complementary disciplines, such as homeopathy, particularly in relation to the environment. I would suggest, colleagues, that more consideration needs to be given to this important implication. The holistic treatment of pets and farm animals is well accepted. Organic farming is particularly well established. The second topic turns from definitions and new concepts to patients and their changing profiles. It is as well that this cartoon was drawn before the pandemic. No social distancing here. It is the patient who must always be of primary concern and whose individual needs should be addressed. This sometimes brings us into conflict with public and socialized health protocols that are based on a consideration of whole populations. In some countries, it reveals differences in the availability of traditional medicine as opposed to disciplines such as homeopathy, aromatherapy, and perhaps acupuncture. Homeopathy was popularized more than 2 centuries ago by Samuel Hahnemann, whose patients were very nearly all white, North Europeans, and many from the nobility. We live in a very different time now. Words such as diversity, inclusion, lack of discrimination are part of the global medical vocabulary, or if not, they certainly should be. All people have a right to be treated according to their needs. Provision must be made to ensure that any incapacities or particular cultural or social requirements are accommodated. Healthcare is for all. Holistic medicine, with its core principles, is part of this revolution. But it's not always that easy. A senior staff member of the National Health Service in the UK was reported this week as having difficulties carrying out his duties because he was white, middle class, and privileged. We must have an obligation to empower, to ensure that our patients receive information to allow them to understand the concepts of wellness. Patients are empowered in many ways that vary in their importance and complexity, depending on the community involved. Patients' expectations of outcomes are guided by information they receive and by their own past experiences. There are many sources of information. There has always been a hierarchy of advice, with the practitioner at the apex and the patient at the base. But things have changed. The paternalistic approach went long ago in holistic medicine. Treatment proceeds by negotiation. The hierarchy has reversed. Many patients appear for a consultation after input from family and friends, or, of course, from their research, or indeed from the notorious Dr. Google. They may even check practitioners' prescribing during a remote consultation, as has happened to me, where the patient started arguing about what they thought they should have and what I had suggested in the consultation. There are indeed 3 main questions that people ask the most frequently. Is it safe? Does it work? And how does it work? Although this is of less interest than the others. There are other questions, of course, including how much does it cost? But these 3 that I've mentioned are the more likely. Being able to respond with appropriate answers creates a welcome confidence in the patient. Having the knowledge means that many patients can self-treat. A wealth of self-help books mean that people can choose over-the-counter products with mixtures of different remedies, or indeed can choose individual remedies such as this range of homeopathic medicines. In the USA, the use of homeopathic medicines is forecast to increase significantly over the next 5 years. Moving on to our third topic, that of changing practice. Changes in the way in which holistic medicine is practiced are emerging. We've already mentioned integrative medicine. In homeopathy, where there are new texts of prescribing that are becoming promoted. There are practitioners like Sankaran from India, Pitulkas from Greece, and Troyans from the Netherlands are good examples. Time does not permit a discussion of their methods, but they are well documented online. As well as processes, there are procedural issues associated with communication that are causing significant changes in practice. Here we have two examples. The first of which concerns the importance of face-to-face contact between practitioner or advisor, or who may or may not be medically qualified as local laws allow. The contribution of the consultation cannot be overemphasized. It allows the holistic practitioner to make direct observations, discrete direct observations during the conversations and prescribe accordingly. Unfortunately, the emergence of an unwanted intruder has caused much suffering throughout the world and meant that these face-to-face consultations that are so important, and indeed conferences such as this, have had to be suspended. New skills have had to be learnt. And in many cases, remote consultations require quite different techniques that many of us were not taught back in the dim and distant days when we were undergraduates. The second aspect of communication involves the way in which way in which consultations are structured and the questions that we ask our patients. It may be that the measure of the patient's view of successful an outcome is being able to kick a ball about with a grandson. So an important consideration is what does the patient want to achieve? This leads us on to the fourth aspect of change, that of methods used to assess outcomes and to construct evidence bases. The provision of scientific-based data collection outcomes may not always be appropriate or indeed possible, nor will it mean much to the patient in many instances. We might consider, when appropriate, that patient-based outcome measures are useful. In this method, we plot patient-assessed scores for progress over days or weeks to identify trends in progress under headings such as how my symptoms are and how my overall well-being is. This example shows that there can be significant differences between the two lines. Another feature is the appearance of an initial aggravation. Carrying out these measurements for many patients using different medicines means that it is possible to get some idea of response times that can be expected by patients to ensure that indeed their ideas are feasible. So how may we collect this data? Well, on cards such as these, the patient is invited to score on a +4 to -4 scale using their own criteria, enabling trends to be plotted. The fifth and final topic that I want to discuss today is that change reflects a need to engage proactively with regulatory authorities whose way of holistic medicines may not always be flattering. Indeed, may all be associated with assuming that our medicine is what is known as quack medicine. In the UK, the National Health Service in England has largely expelled homeopathy from its services with a variety of critical comments. This has caused considerable concern and may well have driven the focus of the Glasgow and London homeopathic hospitals to change. It is becoming increasingly important to engage with regulatory authorities throughout the world to ensure the continued availability of our medicines. Issues include the variety of pharmacopoeial standards and nomenclatures that result in confusion during licensing discussions, and a lack of scientific evidence in support of claims of effectiveness. So, to summarize the comments, I suggest that we in the traditional and alternative medicine community should adopt, respond, consider, adapt, and engage. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Stephen, for the profound talk. Now the stage is open for questions. If any speaker have questions regarding his talk, you can ask. Dr. Rafiq, please unmute yourself if you want to ask any question. Please unmute yourself, please.
I would like to ask one question. You see,
Sure.
German, other countries are India and other countries, they are doing well. Pharmaceutical homeopathy is very strong. Why the NHS for UK is trying to stop this homeopathic medicine? They are trying to away from the homeopathy. What is the reason behind it?
That's a good question. The reason is given is that there is a lack of scientific evidence that meets the approval of those that want the scientific evidence at that level. That is why we are trying our best to use patient-oriented outcome measures so that we can show them that patients are actually doing the job, patients are actually improving, and it is working. But that's something which is given us a good deal.
But do you know Queen's treated by homeopathic medicine as well in UK?
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
So,
and so is everybody else.
This is the big jokes because as a Europe country is a well-developed scientific approach. I don't support anything, but generally we are looking for other countries developing the pharmaceutical, the homeopath. This such a developed country, they are trying to away from the homeopathic medicine. It was a little bit surprised. That's the reason I'm asking.
I mean, homeopathic medicines are widely available. There's no question about that, but they're just not available under our socialized health system. So, I mean, people have to pay for them, essentially. Whereas before, well, in England, they've always had to pay for them. In Scotland, they haven't. And they're still available in Scotland, but in England, they are not.
No, it is available is no, doctor. Available is different. The scientific, they are seeking for scientific everything. There should be even medicine also. There are certain things are not curable. So if the patients, even with the water, the patients are get better. So we must benefit. That's what we are looking. So everything you can't for scientific. That's what the holistic medicine. Some part of the way is help you the patients. So two advances they are looking on that. It's difficult to say. The incurable disease, some homeopathic medicine definitely helpful, but not all.
I've got every sympathy with you, but and it's not me you have to convince, because I'm already convinced. But I agree with everything you're saying. But it's but I'm only reporting what's happening. That's what has happened, and it's because there are very vociferous people who ask for a scientifically based evidence-based medicine, evidence-based results from the studies, and we haven't as yet been successful.
Anyway, it's okay. Thank you very much.
But it is still widely available, and the hospitals are still active as well. But it's just the social medicine side of it that's not. The National Health Services is not providing it free.
True. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you for your question. Everybody else is stunned into silence.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Steven.
You're most welcome.
For joining our webinar and for that profound talk. And moving on to our next speaker. Yeah, our next talk will be from Stanley Gololo. He's from Sefako Magato Health Sciences University, South Africa, and he will be giving the talk of possession of various secondary metabolites by medicinal plants, a possible contribution to relative low mortality cases from COVID-19 in Southern Africa. Dr. Gololo, you can continue with your talk. Thank you, sir.
British.
Thank you very much, webinar host. I would like to share. Are you able to see the screen?
With this one.
Yes, sir, we can see.
Okay.
See here. Wait here, don't go.
I see Dr. Rafiq on my screen instead of my
Can you make the screen full screen, sir? Full screen means it won't make it as full screen.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for the opportunity to give this talk titled Possession of Various Secondary Metabolites by Medicinal Plants as a possible contribution to relative low mortality cases from COVID-19 realized in Southern Africa, and in particular, South Africa. I'm based in the Department of Biochemistry, and the name of our institution is Fagoma Health Sciences University, formerly Medical University of Southern Africa. As a background, the use of medicinal plants for healthcare purposes dates back from time immemorial, and people have been relying on medicinal plants for their healthcare needs and all other needs, but healthcare needs were quite eminent. And if you travel across the world, you will find one or more community with rich history of medicinal plants or plants with medicinal properties. So with the advent of COVID-19 and with no other treatment available or at the disposal of many people in poor countries and developing countries, such as most of the countries in Southern Africa resorted to medicinal plants. So a medicinal plant is defined. A medicinal plant is defined as any plant species that contains active ingredients that exert physical responses. I'm just asking them to capture the moment on a video. So those active ingredients are synthesized in plants as secondary metabolites. These are plant metabolites that are not necessarily required for growth, but for the survival of the plant. And they tend to differ from plant to plant, whereas primary metabolites are universally similar in plants. Now, confronted with the challenge of COVID-19 and with no treatment, as I've already alluded to, people in most African countries resorted to their indigenous knowledge, and mostly plants were used as remedies. Now, that being the case, we realized or the world experienced a massive hospitalization due to COVID-19, especially in the European countries, where, as you can see on the screen there, people had to change from had to change from their normal way of doing things in terms of hospitalization. New hospital spaces had to be found so that a large volume of hospitalization could be accommodated. This was seen in most parts of the world. However, when it came to Africa and Southern Africa, a different experience was seen. For example, the figure that you see on the screen there is of a queue of people mainly concerned about food, mainly concerned about access to food. So this is an Al Jazeera figure in May 2020, whereby people in Pretoria in South Africa form large volumes of queues for food, meaning that they were all well about. And as when the world was experiencing massive hospitalization, this was different in most Southern Africa or Southern African countries. Mainly food aid was required, or shortage of food was mainly because of the evoked measures of lockdowns, business closing, or supply chain being affected, and then prices going very high. So in a nutshell, countries in Southern Africa, in contrast with their European counterparts or other parts of the world, did not experience such a huge spike of hospitalization due to this COVID-19. And also the recovery rate was very high. In South Africa, for example, the recovery rate since May 2020 up until today was well above 90%. Daily stats were released and it was shown to be well above 90%. India had to be, had to be attacked by a COVID-19 virus variant for it to realize massive hospitalization. And you could see, and it is a well-known fact that people in India are living on herbs mostly, and so does many people in Africa and Southern Africa. But then you ask yourself that such variants that were problematic in India with herbal lifestyles known was not realized in countries like South Africa and so on. But I will propose an answer to that based on drawing back from some findings of the research that we have done in our lab, not necessarily on COVID-19, but withdrawing lessons from what we have realized. So the reported symptoms upon infection with the SARS-CoV-2 include fever, dry cough, runny nose, and difficulty in breathing. So all these symptoms culminate in hospitalization and death. And it is now beginning to be understood as to why some people suffer severely after infection with SARS-CoV-2. So in a relatively short space of time, scientists have understood the link between COVID-19 and the host's inflammatory response. It is reported that patients that show more difficulty in overcoming COVID-19 include mostly the elderly and people with non-communicable chronic diseases such as diabetes and cardiovascular diseases. Extreme inflammatory response has been shown in such patients when infected by COVID-19, which is thought to be why they suffer more severely. So this knowledge has led the scientific community to consider repurposing existing drugs with anti-inflammatory properties as possible treatments to help cure patients with severe COVID-19. Now, having perused such literature, I then proposed a schematic representation of the pathogenesis of COVID-19, the figure that I've presented at the university's research day last year, that there are two possibilities upon viral infection or infection by SARS-CoV-2. One is that it may lead to oxidative stress with high levels of reactive oxygen species, and then the suppression of the host antioxidant defense mechanism, and then leading to production of pro-inflammatory cytokines. Or alternatively, we can have an inhibition or a delay in the host interferon immune response. That is followed by what is called a cytokine storm, which is a hyperinflammatory condition. And all of this culminate in tissue hyperinflammation, subsequent tissue fibrosis, and pneumonia. So in other words, oxidative stress, reactive oxygen species, and antioxidant defense mechanism of the host being suppressed. And we all know that plants are known to possess high inhibition of oxidative stress. So 9 known antiviral drugs are currently being trialed for the efficacy in hospitalized COVID-19 patients in a repurposing process. And I know that as we speak, there are about 2 drug candidates, some being already being approved in other sovereignties. And most of these treatments may be successful because of their anti-inflammatory properties. I mean, as an example of a repurposed drug, chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine have been used against hepatitis B, H1N1, which is influenza virus, and Zika virus, and then they've been now being assessed for efficacy against SARS-CoV-2. Now, it is in the possession of secondary metabolites in plants that these treatments get to be effective. Plants have been shown through numerous studies to possess secondary metabolites, commonly known as phytochemicals, with many biological activities such as antimicrobial, antioxidant, and anti-inflammatory properties. Plants' possession of secondary metabolites varies from location to location, even with the same plant. And this is some of the inferences from our findings that we're going to be drawing upon in trying to synthesize or formulate a position that it was mainly resorting to medicinal plants usage that non-severity was realized in most of the African countries, and in particular Southern Africa. And as you know, Southern Africa is a habitation to a lot of plants biodiversity, with in excess of about 40,000 plants deemed to be of medicinal value. And out of that, only 3,000 so far being investigated. So there is huge scope in the biodiversity to look at in the quest for drug discovery. Now, this variation in secondary metabolite composition in plants have effect on their active ingredient biosynthesis and accumulation, and therefore health benefits as well. So what we're trying to say is that geographical location of habitation have been shown to be having an effect on the biosynthesis and accumulation of phytochemicals in plants. These are some of examples of plants that have been shown to possess some anti-inflammatory activity, which we believe that they may be of help in the management of this pandemic. In one of our studies, we've able to show that the quantity of phytochemicals in a particular medicinal plant collected in different areas of within the same province was different. And that simply just shows the effect of geographical location, because the areas upon which these plants samples were collected were of different abiotic stress conditions, such as differences in altitude, differences in rainfall patterns, average temperatures, and so on. As another example, another medicinal plant was collected in different provinces, 4 different provinces, and there were differences in the phytochemical content as well as the antioxidant capacities of the plant samples, conforming to what is already been known, that variation in geographical location or abiotic stress exposure to affect the biosynthesis and the accumulation of phytochemicals in plants. In so other times, you'll see in if you follow this kind of work that we're doing, you go into the detail, you will see that the difference may even be in the responses by different classes of phytochemicals. So different classes of phytochemicals will not respond similarly. For example, you'll find the other one high at higher altitude, and then the other one at the same location being in lower amounts. Say, for example, total flavonoid content being high in higher altitude, whereas total saponin content is lower. Now, we draw then inferential conclusions that the effect of geographical location of inhabitation influences the quality of phytochemical composition in plants. And what does that mean? That simply means that even if other parts of the world could have used plants or similar plants, other contributing factors in the biosynthesis and accumulation of phytochemical in plants, such as variation in abiotic stress exposure, have an effect on the phytochemical composition in plants. And this in continuum also affect the health benefits that one gets from the usage of plants. So the health benefits might be there across the universe, but the level of efficacy will not be the same depending on the geographical area or the location. So therefore, the relative low rate of severity of COVID-19.
Hello, Dr. Stanley.
Yes.
Sorry for the interruption. Can you please put it on full screen mode?
I'm trying to.
In the left side top from the beginning. Click on from the beginning.
From the beginning.
Yes. Please click on that one.
On which one? This one?
Yes, from the beginning.
It says post share.
Okay, leave it. Please continue as this.
Okay, are you able now to me, it is now in full screen mode?
No, doctor, it is not in full screen mode. Please go to the third tab, third slide. Please continue as it is.
Okay. Check here.
Yes,
Says
now
participants can now
go
see
to
your
your
screen.
PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Yes. Click on from the beginning on the left-hand side, top.
From beginning, yes.
Yes. Now go to the third tab. Third page.
To the title page.
Third page, number 3 slide.
The third one. Okay, this one.
Yes, please continue from.
Yes. I should continue from here.
Yeah. From where you left,
thanks.
please continue from there.
Okay. Here I was depicting the differences in terms of the modifications in hospital settings that had to be made due to COVID-19, mostly in European countries, as depicted in the picture there, and contrasting it to a vibrancy of people in South Africa, as shown by a picture by Al Jazeera in May 2020, where people were mainly queuing for food aid. And I'm saying this was mainly caused by the hard lockdown that was imposed, and then many people losing jobs, supply chain being disrupted because people's movement was interrupted as well. And I then highlighted the reported symptoms of the COVID-19 that include fever, dry cough, red nose, and difficulty in breathing, and indicated that most of these symptoms are similar to those reported for colds and flu. And since symptoms of COVID-19 were similar to what is already known to the people, that is being colds and flu, people resorted in the Southern African region, in South Africa, to the use of medicinal plants that they will normally use for such conditions. And with saying that it is the possession of secondary metabolites in plants that have been shown to possess various biological activities, such as antimicrobial, antioxidant, and anti-inflammatory properties that may have contributed to people seeing recovery. For example, in South Africa, since May 2020, over 90% recovery rates were reported. when people were infected. So we didn't experience massive hospitalizations as seen elsewhere in the world. And then we made inference from the findings of our previous studies that the plant's possession of secondary metabolites varies from location to location, even within the same plant. In other words, plant phytochemical composition is affected by the geographical location of inhabitation or a variation in abiotic stress exposure. We say that this variation have mainly an effect on the biosynthesis and accumulation of active ingredients in plants, and therefore health benefits that are found in their usage or consumption. We just gave a list here of known plants with anti-inflammatory activities that may be candidates for search for active ingredients against COVID-19. And these are some of their findings that we've demonstrated differences in the phytochemical content of a particular medicinal plant from different areas in a particular province in South Africa. And here, differences in phytochemical contents as well as antioxidant capacities of the leaves of Aloe gradiati, a medicinal plant from 4 South African provinces. And we were drawing then conclusions that the effect of geographical location of inhabitation does influence the quality of phytochemical composition in plants. And it is this variation in possession of medicinal plants or vis-a-vis possession of secondary metabolites in general in plants that may have contributed to the low rate of severity of COVID-19 in Africa, because the area might be affecting some specific abiotic stress to medicinal plants that leads to the biosynthesis and accumulation of certain phytochemicals with highly anti-inflammatory properties in medicinal plants. And we therefore say that it is in the possession of these secondary metabolites in plants, but in particular, their variation in composition that might have contributed to what was experienced in Southern Africa as compared to other areas, where over 90% of recovery rate was consistently recorded. However, this should be probed further in looking into specific compounds and doing molecular docking studies, and also to study anti-inflammatory properties of medicinal plants that are used against colds and flu, which people were relying heavily on. Thank you. And these are some of our references. And then thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Stanley, for that wise talk. And, now the stage is open for questions. If any speaker have questions regarding this talk, you can ask Dr. Stanley.
Yes. Is there a question?
I think there are no questions from the speaker, sir. If anyone is having, please drop your questions in the chat box. Once again, thank you, Dr. Stanley, for being part of our webinar. Thank you so much.
Thank you
And-
very much.
And next, move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker will be Dr. James L. Oshman from Nature's Own Research Association, USA. And Doctor will be presenting talk on two titles. And one is prevention of electromagnetic hypersensitivity, and other one is earthing or grounding for wellness. Dr. James, you can take over the stage and you can give your talk, sir. Thank you.
Good.
So, Dr. James, can you make the screen full screen, please? You can click F5. You can click on F5 so that it can be full screen.
Okay, I'm very grateful to the organizers for inviting me to talk about this subject, which has been of great interest to me for a long time. Okay, my name is Jim Oshman. From Dover, New Hampshire. I'm a biophysicist and a cell biologist, and I've written books about energy medicine, mainly to help people understand what energy medicine is. It's a subject that there's a lot of confusion. Electromagnetic hypersensitivity causes a lot of difficulties for people. And what's most interesting are the mystery symptoms that the physician has great difficulty understanding and knowing what to do. If you drive your car under a high voltage power line and you feel strange, that's an indication that you're electromagnetically hypersensitive. The World Health Organization has stated that electromagnetic fields used by cellular telephones, Wi-Fi, microwave ovens, smart meters, and many wireless devices represent one of the fastest growing environmental health influences about which there is much public concern. There's anxiety about the rapid introduction of the new technology 5G because it uses high intensity radiation deployed on a global scale, while the industry has not yet studied its effects on living systems. Companies and governments plan to launch approximately 50,000 satellites to provide 5G and Wi-Fi services everywhere on the Earth. In the USA, there's a lot of concern about the effects on children and pregnant women. When it comes to damaging radiation, choice has been taken away. In other words, when you go into a place where there is intense radiation, there's no sign that tells you about it. You have not been asked for permission to be exposed to this radiation. The Children's Health Defense Organization has taken the matter to court, suing the Federal Communications Commission for refusing to review its 25-year-old obsolete wireless health guidelines. The problem with children is that their skulls are not fully ossified. As they age, they get more and more ossified, and then us adults have hard heads. Nonetheless, when we use a cell phone, the radiation can enter our brain. And the problem with that is that the brain is composed of neurons, which contain a lot of the sensors, which we'll describe in a moment. The Children's Health Defense won their case, and the court ruled that the Federal Communication System failed to consider evidence of 5G and wireless harms. We'll see how this progresses. Can we create a safe place for sleep and all of this electromagnetic noise? I'm going to tell you about the work of these brilliant scientists, dedicated researchers who have enabled me to put this story together. Edward Adolph is world-renowned for his research on physiological regulation and physiological adaptation. I made this image for a conference, an international conference on frequency-specific microcurrent, and I tried to show the different connections between the different systems. And Dr. Adolph tells us the biology of wholeness is the study of the body as an integrated, coordinated, successful system. No parts or properties are uncorrelated. All are demonstrably interlinked, and the links are not single chains, but a great number of crisscrossed pathways. All of the systems interdigitate. This is because of communication. And so the question is, what is the basis for this communication? And how is it disturbed by Wi-Fi and other electromagnetic fields? All of the systems are continually adjusting to changes in the environment and to the activities the organism chooses to carry out. And these systems must be continuously regulated, not individually, but in concert with one another. The complexity and subtlety of this process boggles the mind. And we shall see that this regulation is probably the place where wireless signals have their effects. There's a big problem in biology and medicine. One of interest to energy medicine is hands-off healing. Very successful, very popular, but how can the energy from a person's hands possibly affect a patient? Well, it turns out that it can. If you walk under an overhead power line, you may be exposed to electricity, electric fields. If you are close to a cell tower, you'll be affected by, you may be, in fact, we are all affected. Some people are extremely sensitive and some are less sensitive, but it appears that even if you're not, do not have any noticeable symptoms, you may be adding to the stress on your system. Martin Pall discovered that the place where these very weak fields, you may be quite a distance from a cell tower, but you can still be affected by it. The site of action is the voltage-gated calcium channels that can be activated by very tiny electromagnetic fields. And here are the various places where there are voltage-gated calcium channels, and this is a picture of the molecule, the sensor. It's a molecule that goes back and forth across the cell membrane 24 times. And he looked at the literature and found that the answer to the question was already there. It's just that nobody had looked. Alfred Gelman, Nobel Prize in 1997, talked about amplification. And the reason these systems are so sensitive is that they're amplifiers. And I made this diagram for my year 2000 book, Energy Medicine, The Scientific Basis. And it shows pretty accurately how amplification takes place. So I'll talk about this in detail. The cellular cascade and amplification. This is the biophysics. This is what happens. A single antigen, hormone, pheromone, growth factor, or smell or taste, or neurotransmitter molecule, or a single messenger molecule of any kind that can produce photons when it vibrates, creating electromagnetic fields. A single molecule or a single photon can produce a cascade of signals that initiate, accelerate, or inhibit biological processes. This is possible because of enormous amplification. And here you can see a molecule arriving at the cell surface, interacting with the receptor. This is to indicate radiation. It could be a molecule or it could be a photon. Interacting with the receptor creates a flow of information through various proteins in the membrane and eventually to the calcium channel. And this channel will, with this stimulation, will trigger the entry of thousands of calcium ions into the cell. These calcium ions can activate enzymes, and these act as catalysts, greatly accelerating biochemical processes. The enzymes are not consumed by these reactions and therefore can act repeatedly. Some of the reactions are sensitive to electromagnetic fields. Some are not. Some have not yet been tested. Some frequencies enhance calcium entry, others diminish it. Various feedbacks enable cells to form a functionally organized society. The cells whisper to each other in a faint and private language. They can tune into each other over long distances. So the classical explanation of chemical regulation is that the signals are released from some source and they diffuse through the extracellular space and connective tissue and so on until they reach a receptor on the cell surface. Some of them actually enter the cell and enter the nucleus and produce a physiological response. This is okay if you're not in a hurry. Diffusion is a random and slow process. And when things have to be done faster, nature has tested all of the laws of physics and selected the communication mechanisms that can respond extremely rapidly when necessary. This was essential to our survival. The lock and key model has been in use since 1894. The signal molecule is the key and the receptor or the enzyme is the lock. And since everybody has put a key in a lock, this is very easy to understand, and it's a model that has really taken hold. And it may be part of the story, but not all of the story. Resonance is the tendency of any object to oscillate or vibrate at a maximum amplitude at certain frequencies, known as the system's resonant or natural frequencies. And resonance is a probable mechanism. It's referred to as the tuning fork effect. If you have two tuning forks tuned to the same frequency, if you hit one, it'll vibrate and it'll send sound waves, and the other tuning fork will vibrate. And similarly, resonance can happen between molecules. Molecules do not have to touch to interact. Antenna theory: when a structure, including molecules, has properties that enable it to emit a field, it will also be a good receiver or sensor of the same field. The body as a whole has a field, and this is important in energy medicine. There are many therapies that work with the biofield, and it is a composite of the fields of the various organs. The cardiogram is the strongest field of the body, measured with electrodes on the skin surface, or the magnetocardiogram measured in the space around the body. The next strongest field is the oculogram, the field of the retina, then the field of muscles, and so on. There's a range of fields, and they all mix together to form the overall field of the body. And this is recognized by research that's considered alternate years. This is a symposium that I attended in 2004, the 14th International Conference on Biomagnetism, and this is their logo, which coincides with this field that was sensed by Richard Gordon in his wonderful book on polarity therapy. So Wi-Fi signals can modulate the fields of the body and compromise the systemic regulation that is available to the body through its field interactions. Jacques Benveniste, the famous French immunologist, described the situation like this. Here is the current theory on the left: structural matching or lock and key. The hormone, antigen, or other signal molecule fits into the receptor and triggers some change in cell function. And this may be the case for some types of communication, but not all. The proposed theory is electromagnetic signals. The signal molecule vibrates and emits an electromagnetic field, a biophoton that resonates with the receptor. And he referred to this as digital biology. So there are various places that wireless signals can interfere with regulations. And this is a scheme that needs research. The current theory is just described. The Wi-Fi signal can alter the configuration of the signal molecule through resonance, or it can alter the receptor, or it can actually, the Wi-Fi signal can actually act inside the cell. We don't know how much of these ideas are accurate, but they're all worthy of study. In the proposed electromagnetic theory, the Wi-Fi signal can interact with the signal molecule and affect it, can interact with the receptor, and it might interact directly with processes going on inside the cell. Cyril Smith in England discovered that the molecule and the electromagnetic emissions of the molecule produce identical effects. So you can take a toxin, a chemical that disturbs your system, or the chemical can disturb your system by radiating an electromagnetic field. Light is a good messenger. It's fast, it travels at the speed of light. Light can carry a lot of information. The smaller the photon, the more information it carries. Here's a glucose molecule being vibrated by the water molecules wiggling around it. And the glucose molecule can diffuse at a rate of 3 meters a second, but it doesn't get very far because it bumps into things. So this is the path of a glucose molecule inside of a cell in a fraction of a second. And here is the glucose molecule giving off electromagnetic fields in all directions. And these fields carry the exact signature of the glucose molecule. We know about this from spectroscopy. There are two kinds: emission spectroscopy. You put a sample in as a gas, you heat it, it gives off light, which goes through a prism and creates a spectrum on a film. Absorption spectroscopy is the reverse of that. The molecules are stimulated with light, and they give off, the molecules absorb certain parts of the spectrum, and the parts of the spectrum that are absorbed are projected onto a film using a prism. For example, if you give a chemist an unknown substance, he will do, for example, an absorption spectrum. This is the absorption spectrum of methyl dioxylane. And these peaks, these frequency peaks, tell the chemist what is the composition of the molecule. And we know this because of certain frequencies are created by rotation of parts of a molecule, stretching of bonds, or bending electrons in the outer shells and electrons in the inner shells. This information tells the chemist the structure of the molecule. This is also used for determining the composition of distant stars and galaxies using telescopes connected to spectrometers. Molecules acting as antennas, transmitting signals as single photons. This is a molecule on the left, vibrating, emitting photons which interact with a similar molecule a distance away. This is from the Sandagar lab in Erlangen, Germany. Very good book about photons, The Reflective Universe by Arthur M. Young. The photon, having no bulk, can shrink any amount. It follows that a single photon can store unlimited energy and information by getting smaller. This is a surprising finding of quantum physics. The smaller the photon, the more energy and information it contains. If you think you understand quantum physics, you do not understand it. Nobel laureate Richard Feynman. The lower frequency of light, the red end of the spectrum, has lower energy, longer wavelengths, less information. The violet and purple end of the spectrum has higher energy, higher frequency, shorter wavelengths, and can carry more information. These happy people from Italy measured the shape of individual photons for the first time. Pulses of light, photons can have almost any shape in space and time, and these shapes can encode a lot of information. A single photon shape could represent, for example, any letter in the alphabet or even a quantum combination or superposition of several letters. This was published in 2012. The problem with diffusion in the body, the cells are generally packed close together, and this makes it challenging for signal molecules to percolate to cells that are deep within an epithelium. In fact, Gunther Albrecht Buehler from Northwestern University said if we consider the average fluid volume around a cell, the actual space available is such that the hormone molecule, these black dots are the hormone molecule, with a concentration of 1 picomole, will have a concentration of about 8 molecules in the entire space surrounding an individual cell. In the region around the receptor, the hormone concentration for all practical purposes is approximately 0. Albrecht-Buehler concluded that our usual concept of concentration is essentially meaningless. Dr. William Ray set up a center in Dallas, Texas. He's treated more than 30,000 electromagnetically hypersensitive patients over 40 years. He developed a comprehensive protocol for treatment and diagnosis, and the center is still in operation today. In a 1916 paper he published, he described the coherence phenomenon, how it ties together exposures to mold, pollen, dust, food, chemicals, and electromagnetic fields, all of which can affect us. He organized a series of conferences on man and his environment. At one of these conferences, he introduced me to a group of people who were moving to West Virginia to get away from electromagnetic fields. And they were moving to the National Radio Quiet Zone, about 13,000 square miles near the state border between Virginia and West Virginia, surrounded with mountains and protected from electromagnetic fields. Here it is again. Because Wi-Fi signals would interfere with the ability of these telescopes to capture the electromagnetic whispers coming from outer space. There's a problem, though. People who move to these places that are set aside to be electromagnetically quiet will have to contend with the satellites, thousands of satellites that are beaming Wi-Fi and 5G signals to the Earth. I don't know what they will do about that. Electromagnetic quiet communities are springing up around the world. A couple in Arizona, California, Colorado, France, Spain, Australia, and a couple of them in Canada. This is Drôme, France, in a valley surrounded with mountains, low Wi-Fi signals, it is hoped. And people go to these areas because they can't live in the city with so much Wi-Fi going on. Instead of moving, there are ways of avoiding electromagnetic field exposure without moving to a safe zone. And a Spanish company called Pronin has developed a system that can protect you wherever you are. There's one that goes on your cell phone to protect your brain while you're talking on the cell phone. Another larger one that can go in a pocket, and a larger one that takes care of a larger space. So cell phone carried in your pocket can help you while you're sleeping. It can be in the office. I have one in my office next to my computer monitor, and in the living space with a radius of 11 meters or about 36 feet. What was fascinating to me about these devices was this geometry on the front of the device. It's referred to as the flower of life. Here it is, the flower of life. And it's called sacred geometry because it's a very old, in fact, this same design is found in the Temple of Osiris in Egypt, probably 5,000 years old. So the ancients understood that there was something special about this geometry, and I believe that it's the geometry of the quantum vacuum, the space, the fabric of space everywhere. The other aspect of these devices is they use a new material called graphene, a single layer of molecules that has remarkable properties. The discovery by Geim and Novoselov in 2010 got them the Nobel Prize in Physics. So the Pranon devices are patented combinations of the geometric patterns and crystals of graphene. You can read about graphene. Look up the age of graphene, very interesting compound that's getting a lot of attention for its remarkable properties. This is the article that I wrote. This came out in 2017, and I was fascinated with the geometric design. And it turned out that in 2010, a group of leading physicists reported the results from a 10-year project showing that solid matter has quantum properties defined by the golden ratio famous from art and architecture. The researchers were from Berlin, Oxford, Bristol, and Chiltern, UK, published in Science. To study these quantum effects, the scientists use one atom thick chains of the magnetic material, cobalt niobate. The chains of atoms act like a quantum scale guitar string. They plucked the strings with strong transverse magnetic fields. They found that the first two notes showed a perfect relationship with each other. Their frequencies are in the ratio of 1.618, which is the golden ratio famous from art and architecture. This reflects a beautiful property of the quantum system, a hidden symmetry called E8 by mathematicians, according to the lead scientist in the study. This is E8 symmetry. It's very beautiful. I was really amazed when I saw it. It took my breath away. You can also read about an individual experience. A sensitive person who went through a lot of difficulties with electromagnetic fields, and his story is very interesting. And he concluded that this is a problem we can solve. People are waking up to this important issue because it affects a growing number of people who are electromagnetically sensitive. He suggested, and I agree, that the engineers and product designers should collaborate with biologists and biophysicists to design technologies that produce as little radiation that interacts with biology as possible. Here's an example. This is a study from scientists in the Netherlands, published in 2017. The frequencies applied to living cells are patterned in bands of life-sustaining frequencies, and these are the green dots. Green dots, these are frequency bands, and between them are bands of frequencies that are detrimental to health. As you can see here, the red dots. This is an amazing discovery, and what we need to do is design, if we're going to use Wi-Fi, we need to design it so that it uses life-sustaining frequencies rather than detrimental frequencies. And this can be done. So I'm grateful to Pranon Technologies in Spain for support for doing the research for this presentation. Indebted to the staff for helpful suggestions, to my wife Nora Oshman for helpful comments, and to Leithane Smith for pointing out the importance of protecting non-human animals and plants from harmful EMF effects. And it's been found that electromagnetic fields do have effects on plants and animals. So I thank you. One more thing I can say, if you're still there, this shirt that I'm wearing has the flower of life, the sacred geometry painted on it. And I did an experiment with a kinesiologist who does energy kinesiology, muscle testing, and I'm stronger when I wear this shirt. And I have shirts that just have the design without color, and they're less strengthening than with color. So color makes a difference.
Thank you, Dr. James, for this voice work. Is there you have two topics, I think so, no? Two titles you have given for the talk. Are you presenting the other talk? So can you hear me?
Yes?
James, can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Yes, you said that you will be giving two talks now, sir. One is over. You will be giving another talk now, or you will be waiting for?
Shall I carry on?
You can carry on, sir.
Should I continue with my second talk?
Yes, sir, you can continue. Yes, sir, you can continue, sir. You can continue.
Okay. Hey. Again, my biophysics and cell biology research on energy medicine. Nature itself is the best physician, according to Hippocrates. And this is about how something that is very close by the surface of the earth can be very healing. This is a summary of 20 years of research, applications, and feedback. It's about touching the earth or touching substances that are connected to the earth. This information pertains to your health and wellness. I'm not a physician, therefore I can't perform a diagnosis or recommend a treatment. If you think you have a health condition, please discuss it with a licensed healthcare provider. In the year 2000, each of these gentlemen from very different backgrounds published important papers. This is the story of how their discoveries have been verified, have continued to evolve, and how they fit together and their significance for the health and wellness of all of us. Clint Ober published an article in the Electrostatic Discharge Journal. Electrostatic discharge is an industry that is used by people who work on integrated circuits and electronic devices. They ground themselves when they go to work. Every day, millions of people go to work and they wear grounded shoes, grounded clothes. The idea is to prevent sparks from jumping onto transistors and other parts of integrated circuits, which could damage the circuits. Paul Redker, MD from Harvard, published in the New England Journal of Medicine, and I'll tell you about his work as well. To summarize, Ober discovered that grounding the human body, which we call earthing, gives very rapid relief from many different painful and debilitating chronic disorders. Dr. Redker and his colleagues reported that a sensitive marker for inflammation, known as high sensitivity CRP, C-reactive protein, is a risk factor for cardiovascular disease, which is the #1 killer worldwide. Extremely important research. Redker's CRP test was used by researchers around the world who documented that inflammation is fundamental as a cause of virtually every chronic health condition. This is C-reactive protein. It's a molecule that's produced in the liver in response to inflammation. And if you have a certain amount of this in your blood, it's an indication that you have inflammation somewhere in your body. Redker's research has provided proof that for the inflammation hypothesis of atherosclerosis, it was the first FDA-approved diagnostic test for vascular inflammation and the first proven anti-inflammatory treatment for coronary artery disease. He's among the most cited researchers in cardiovascular medicine in the world. He coined the term residual inflammatory risk to identify patients who are at risk due to vascular inflammation rather than high cholesterol levels. Early in his career, Redker recognized that elevated cholesterol levels were absent in almost half of all heart attack victims. It's not cholesterol. Ober and his colleagues found that virtually every chronic disorder can be resolved by earthing, connecting the body to the earth. Why are these studies important? Chronic diseases exact an enormous toll in terms of human suffering and healthcare costs. Of each dollar we spend on healthcare in the US, more than 75 cents, or about $1.7 trillion annually, goes towards the treatment of chronic illness. In many cases, chronic issues can be detected and stopped before they cause problems. Battling inflammation is one of the things we can do to prevent chronic disease and have a longer, happier, healthier life. In medicine, the path to new discovery is often difficult and challenging. When a valuable discovery is made, it can be even more difficult to get it to the people who most need it. This is true even for discoveries that could resolve costly and debilitating disorders that affect the lives, comfort, happiness, and longevity of many people and even ruin national economies. Healthcare debt can ruin the economy. These discoveries deserve the highest priority. Discoveries of this kind are the topic of this presentation, and I'm glad that all of you listening can help get the word out, referring here to all chronic diseases. Chronic diseases are defined broadly as conditions that last 1 year or more and require ongoing medical attention or limit activities of daily living or both. Chronic diseases such as heart disease, cancer, and diabetes are the leading causes of death and disability in the US. They're also leading drivers of the nation's $3.8 trillion annual healthcare costs. Perhaps the greatest gift that we can give to each other is a greater understanding of ourselves. 6 of every 10 adults in the US have a chronic disease, and 4 in every 10 have 2 or more chronic diseases. We're talking about heart disease, cancer, chronic lung disease, stroke, Alzheimer's, diabetes, chronic kidney disease. Around the world, millions have chronic pain. Millions are unable to fulfill their destiny, to do what they would like to do with their lives. Most of us are ungrounded. We never touch the earth. Chronic pain has led to an opioid crisis worldwide. Here's the research team. These people, MDs, PhDs, MD, PhDs, and other people who just became fascinated with the value of earthing and wanted to do something and helped us do research and write papers. There's 24 people, and there are at least 24 scientific papers published in peer-reviewed scientific journals. Ober started a wellness revolution by discovering the numerous benefits of grounding or earthing the human body. In essence, we've discovered what we need to do to help our immune systems. We envision a day when every human being and every pet on the planet will be grounded throughout their daily life. When that day comes, grounding or earthing will be considered as important for health as good nutrition, sleep, exercise, and a positive mental attitude. The research was also begun about the same time by the so-called in Poland and Ober in the United States. This was in the 1990s. And the research that's come from this has produced a fascinating evidence of a powerful and positive shift in the electrical state of the body. The Earth has electrons, and it affects, those electrons affect the dynamics of blood flow, electrical activities, all biochemistry is electrical in nature, and how to boost our self-healing and self-regulating mechanisms. Dr. Redker started a medical revolution that explains Ober's revolutionary work on grounding or earthing that affects so many health issues and has benefited so many who use it. It's a story about our first line of defense against diseases, our immune systems, how they work to protect us, and how to optimize their functions. And it's urgent and important that everyone gets this message. It's so simple. Old injuries with lingering painful inflammation compromise the health and happiness of millions of people around the world. You bang your head, or you twist your shoulder, or hurt your knee or whatever, and leaves its mark on the body, and it can cause problems for a long time. Residual inflammation that doesn't go away and can lead to chronic illness. Here's an example. This is medical infrared thermography. This is referred to as thermal amputation. The fingers do not show up in the thermograph because they're so cold. There's such poor circulation to the fingers. They're in pain. And this is a study where the pain left, the circulation returned after 4 nights of sleeping on an earthing sleep system. And this is what the sleep system, this is the modern version of the sleep system. It's a leatherette type material you put on your bed. It takes 5 minutes, put a sheet over it, and you're grounded. Why not spend your time sleeping, being grounded, connected to the earth? It connects to the earth either through various mechanisms, which I'll describe. Earthing works quickly. This is a case study of a woman who came in with a cane. She had been injured 6 years before. She had inflammation in her knees, as you can see here. It shows up in the thermography. And she was connected to the earth with a grounding patch. And after half an hour, she said, well, I don't feel any difference. And she stood up and she said, oh my goodness, where's my pain? And she was able to go dancing for the first time in years. 30 minutes connection to the earth. The bedroom is a very electrically active place. And this is what it looks like behind the walls. These are the wires carrying 60 cycle electricity that they are radiating into people in bed. You can measure this using a voltmeter. One side of the voltmeter is connected to the ground, to a rod inserted in the ground, and the other side of the voltmeter you hold in your hand. And if you move around your home with this, you will find that there are some places that are very electrically activated. And one of the most active is the bedroom because of the wires to bedside lamps. Even if the lamp is turned off, the wire is radiating 60 cycle electricity and capturing all the electrons in your body and making them all wiggle back and forth. So there are two parts to tell you about. First, we'll look at what earthing has done for people around the world, and then we'll see how it works. We look at the mechanisms by which earthing produces so many benefits. And the two main mechanisms, they prevent the walling off of inflamed tissues. And this is well known in medicine that when you get an injury, the body surrounds it, walls it off so that it can recover. Another very important aspect is reducing blood viscosity. So this was a study done in 2013. It showed that grounding the body reduces blood viscosity, reduces the clumping of red blood cells. And there's a video that shows this. I'll see if I can get it briefly. This is a male before earthing. It's the measurement of the charge on the cells, 3.6. And this is the migration of the cells in electric field to measure the zeta potential, the charge on the cell surface. And you can see the cells are migrating faster in the electric field, which is an indication of the zeta potential. And these are the scientists involved. Grounding the human body reduces blood viscosity, a major factor in cardiovascular disease, published in the Journal of Alternative and Complementary Medicine. And this means that anyone you know who has a cardiovascular disease needs to simply take their shoes and socks off and go outside and walk in the grass or connect to the earth in some other way. Here's the reduced clumping before and after 2 hours of earthing. Elevated blood viscosity is a major cause of cardiovascular diseases, the leading cause of death worldwide. This is why this information needs to be made available to the world. So here, on the left, clumping of red cells. On the right, after 40 minutes of grounding, they unclump. And this is very important. Can have serious health consequences. Reduction in blood viscosity can have many wellness benefits. Here's an example. Clumped blood cells can block the capillaries. They can completely block the capillaries. This is called systemic sclerosis, causes great pain, fatigue, and are the initial symptoms of a serious condition called systemic scleroderma. How inflammation occurs, why does it persist and become chronic, and why does earthing stop chronic inflammation in its tracks? And an explanation has emerged from research published in the Journal of Inflammation Research in 2014. The effects of grounding or earthing on inflammation, the immune response, wound healing, and prevention and treatment of chronic inflammatory and autoimmune diseases. All of the autoimmune diseases are their symptoms are greatly reduced by earthing. Here's the inflammation hypothesis. After an injury, there's an oxidative burst in which white blood cells called neutrophils deliver free radicals to the site of injury to destroy bacteria and damaged cells. So there's the free radicals coming to a site of injury. Here's a video sequence of the oxidative burst. A dye has been added to show the secretion of reactive oxygen species or free radicals. And here comes a cell, a white blood cell surrounding a bacterium, secreting this reactive oxygen species and destroying the bacterium. So here's what happens. Secretion of reactive oxygen species, free radicals to destroy bacteria. Some of the free radicals attack the surrounding tissues and damage healthy cells. This creates debris that coagulates to form a barricade. It blocks antioxidants and regenerative cells from entering the repair field. The repair field is the area that needs to be repaired. Repair is incomplete. The immune system continues to try to repair the damage. This sets up a vicious cycle that can persist for a long period of time, leading to chronic inflammation and eventually to chronic disease. Earthing and grounding prevents this vicious cycle by confining the free radicals to the places where they're needed. In other words, free radicals that try to leak into surrounding healthy tissue are neutralized before they can cause damage. The inflammatory barricade is formed because of collateral damage to healthy tissues. The secret to acute injury: prevent the formation of the inflammatory barricade. To do this, you need to get antioxidant electrons to the area as soon as possible to stop free radical damage to healthy cells. And these electrons are available in abundance from the surface of the Earth. They can form a pouch, which is called the Cellier pouch. This is from his classic 1956 book, The Stress of Life. This is a wall of connective tissue that forms around the site of injury. It's caused by free radicals leaking into surrounding tissue. Here's the Cellier's concept. Normal connective tissue territory on the left, the same tissue opposed to an irritant or a bacterium or some other foreign substance, and blood cells migrate towards the irritant. Connective tissue cells and fibers form a thick, impenetrable barricade that prevents the spread of the irritant into the blood and also prevents the entry of regenerative cells that could repair the tissue. The result can be a long-lasting pocket of incompletely resolved inflammation that can eventually leak toxins into the system and disturb functioning of an organ or tissue a distance away from the original injury. The inflammatory or cellular or granuloma pouch is widely used in studies of inflammation. The barricade is the wall of connective tissue. It's impermeable to dissolved antioxidants, to cells that can repair the damage. Electrons are the ultimate antioxidants, and they can be semiconducted into the inflammatory pouch where they can neutralize free radicals. And this is a cross-section of the wall of the inflammatory pouch, which is composed of connective tissue. Albert Szent-Györgyi, Hungarian scientist who received the 1937 Nobel Prize for the synthesis of vitamin C, is the scientist who first described semiconduction in proteins. And this is the protein backbone. And what he said was that these double bonds in the protein provide free or delocalized or mobile electrons. And this is a diagram I made of electrons moving through the conductive system called the living matrix that reaches every part of the body, even to the inside of every cell. The little red dots are representing electrons moving about inside the cell, inside the body, and anywhere a free radical appears, it should be neutralized by these electrons. I call this system the living matrix. This is the cell membrane, and these are integrins that connect the extracellular matrix with the cytoskeleton, and the cytoskeleton connects to the nuclear matrix. So we are a matrix in a matrix in a matrix. And there are many benefits to earthing. Improves circulation in the face, improves respiration, digestion, reproductive system, balances bone calcium metabolism, reduces painful joint inflammation and arthritis, enhances bioelectrical processes throughout the body, prevents and calms chronic inflammation and autoimmune diseases of all kinds, reduces body voltage induced by the electrical environment, as I described for the bedroom. Wherever a free radical appears, it will be neutralized. Free radicals have been described as the cause of aging. Enhances the immune response, reduces muscle pain and tension, damage after exercise, calms heart arrhythmias, lowers blood pressure, and reduces stress. Many benefits. Two important stories. COVID-19. We described an intervention that's extremely easy and science-based, grounding the body. If you get in trouble with breathing, you can put electrodes over both lungs. These electrodes are connected to the earth, and you can get rapid relief from severe respiratory distress that in some cases leads to pneumonia. Grounding patches placed over the lungs do the job. Two ways to connect. One is with a rod inserted into the earth near a healthy plant, or into the grounding port of an electrical outlet. And every hospital room has good electrically grounded outlets. Our article was based on the observation that earthing is very effective for other respiratory ailments like asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD. And here's the story. In asthma, the airways get constricted due to inflammation of the lining of the airways. And COPD, the healthy bronchioles at the top and the thick, narrow bronchioles with excessive mucus, destruction of the alveoli, This is what happens in chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. The cytokine network regulates the cells of the immune system. And this is an intricate network with many different chemical messengers. And it regulates these different cells that I have circled to fine-tune the response to infections. COVID research has focused on IL-6, this blue arrow here, which is an amplifier that creates a chaotic cytokine storm that leads to excessive inflammation. So the COVID-19 virus gets into the lungs, inflammatory signals go out, various white blood cells are attracted, a cytokine storm is created, causing severe respiratory distress, multi-organ failure, hyperinflammation syndrome, and if it's allowed to continue, that leads to death. And it can be stopped with with grounding, with earthing. So some COVID patients go into respiratory distress caused by the cytokine storm, and this can be prevented simply by putting these grounding patches over each lung. And we didn't do any real studies. We heard about some people who had COVID and had respiratory distress and who grounded themselves and they were helped. But we were making kind of a guess. And then we discovered that Professor Musa from Iraq did a study on the prevention and treatment of COVID-19 infection by earthing. This is the University of Basra College of Medicine in Iraq. He studied 59 cases of COVID-19 infection with earthing for 15 minutes to 3 hours per day and had a spectacular response. For example, in a severely ill patient who was unable to speak because he had difficulty breathing, his blood oxygen level was 38% on continuous oxygen. On the second day of 3 hours daily earthing, his oxygen level raised to 95% with oxygen, 77% without oxygen. After 1 to 3 days of earthing, most patients revealed improvement of fever, dyspnea, cough, weakness, headache, chest pain, taste and smell sense loss, anorexia, and body pain. Fantastic. 6 people were in contact with COVID-19 patients that had performed earthing as a preventative. They contracted mild or short-lived illness, although their households were severely affected. So this study was carried out to investigate the role of earthing in the prevention and treatment of COVID-19 infection. To the best of my knowledge, this is the first study that assesses the clinical outcome of COVID-19 infection after grounding. The Iraq study, December 2020, confirmed our suggestion of August 2020. So it came very, very soon after our study. For those who touch the body in therapeutics, inflamed areas will pull electrons from your body. People who do a lot of massage and other forms of body work where they touch the body get tired very quickly because they're losing electrons. The patient feels better, their inflammation is treated, but the therapist doesn't feel so good. And to combat this, we developed a treatment pad that you can put on a massage table or other treatment table. And the pad is connected with the wire to the grounding port of an electrical outlet. This grounds the patient so that First of all, they start to feel better immediately. And secondly, they will not pull electrons from the therapist who touches them. I thank you. And here's my email, and I'm with the Earthing Institute, Energy Research, and Nature's Own Research Association in Dover, New Hampshire.
Thank you, Dr. James, for that insightful talk. Now the stage is open for questions. If any speaker have questions, you can ask Dr. James. I think there are no questions from the speakers, sir. If anyone is having, please drop your question in the chat column. Once again, thank you, Dr. James, for being part of our webinar. Thank you, sir. Yeah, in the middle, I will take an opportunity and especially thank our sponsors again, Marine Products Timiria Group, for sponsoring this webinar, and we expect your support and your association continues for future events. Thank you so much. And continuing to our next presentation and the talk. The next talk is by Rami Laris. He is from Fraser Safer Association Limited, UK, and he will be presenting the talk on monitoring the safety of natural medicines, the regulatory perspective. Dr. Laris, you can speak in your talk. The stage is yours, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this talk. Very interesting topic, looking at traditional medicines in terms of their development as medicines for the future as well. My background is such that I've been involved in drug safety now for 31 years in various pharmaceutical companies, and I've worked with herbal products and traditional products now for the last 20 plus years. What I'm interested in moving forward is how these products can be moved forward from a regulatory perspective so that they are made available in controlled conditions that is going to help the patients and prescribers look at alternative ways of providing the medications to the public. Traditional medicine as a definition refers to the fact that our knowledge, our skills and our practices based on theories, beliefs and experiences of different cultures have been used in the maintenance of health and in the prevention, diagnosis, improvement or treatment of physical or mental conditions. Traditional medicines cover a wide variety of therapies and practices. They vary from country to country and region to region, naturally based on what is available in the normal flora and fauna of that region. In some countries, it is referred to as complementary and alternative medicine. Traditional medicine has been used for thousands of years and has been greatly provided great contributions to protecting human health, especially as primary healthcare providers at a community level. It's maintained its popularity worldwide, and in fact, since the 1990s, there's been a surge in many developed and developing countries regarding the use of such medications. It is obviously known that many plants contain significant amounts of pharmacologically active components, which may be potentially toxic. One of the ones that is often quoted is digoxin, used as a heart medicine, that is found in the foxglove plant and was first described in terms of its potential toxicity in the 1700s by William Withering, who basically noticed that if the dose was not properly controlled, then patients experienced giddiness, as it was described, and had visual disturbances as a result. Adverse interactions can also take place between herbal medicines and other medicines an individual may be taking, because although described as natural, they do have their own potency. There is also evidence that such products may sometimes become adulterated, contaminated, or contain the wrong herb, toxic herb, or other toxic substances such as heavy metals. The inclusion of mercury in some of those as a result of refining some of these products has been noted in the past. And the volume of data on adverse effects of herbal medicines is expanding. There were a number of systematic reviews that have been conducted demonstrating the number of adverse events that can come from this particular selection of products, and some of those including deaths linked with hepatotoxicity. If you look at some of those adverse reactions associated with hepatotoxicity, one of those on the top there is black cohosh. This is a product that has been used for a number of conditions, especially menopausal conditions. And up to and including about 10 years ago, there was an announcement on the European Medicines Agency website reminding people to be aware of the dose effect of black cohosh in terms of hepatotoxicity, where in extreme cases of black cohosh intoxication, the only cure for the patients was actually a liver transplant. Other products that are mentioned down here have been noted. So kombucha as mushroom tea is often advised to be given to people in order to boost their immune system, but can also cause liver problems, as can senna. And senna can also, as a laxative product, also cause the removal of products in the digestive system, normal pharmacological products from the digestive system, slowing and removing their absorption in patients as well. Hence, as a result, there's a requirement to actually monitor and make sure that these products can be given to patients with maximum benefit and minimum risk. In order to do this and to help, there was a directive that was issued in the European Parliament in 2004, which was an amendment of the Directive 2001, which focused on normal medicinal products, which allowed for traditional herbal products to find their way onto the market so that treatment could be provided with these products. The whole idea of using this system meant that rather than applications as received for a routine medicinal product that had been developed all the way through from the physiochemical properties, the preclinical, going through the clinical trials, all the way through, this was a way and a mechanism of providing a shortened down review of the product, but at the same time maintaining all the information necessary from a quality, safety, and efficacy perspective, as would be expected before any product goes on the market for consumption. So the Directive 2001/83 was for routine medicinal products. This one that came out in 2024, the 2004-24 directive, was deliberately aimed at bringing traditional medicines to market. Since these medicinal products, despite their long tradition, don't fulfill the requirements of a well-established medicinal use with recognized efficacy and an acceptable level of safety, they are not eligible for a license. To maintain these products on the market, the member states have put in place different procedures in Europe, and those differences that currently exist are laid down that might hinder trade in medicinal products around Europe and lead to discrimination and distortion of competition between manufacturers. They may also have an impact on protection of public health, since we need to have the necessary guarantees of quality, safety, and efficacy with the same hurdles to overcome in each member state. And if they differ in the member states, then we can have differences in the way that products are launched with the same active ingredient that's come from the herbal products. What we need to do under these circumstances is look at their long tradition, look at a special simplified registration procedure for certain traditional products. This certain simplified procedure should be used where no marketing authorization can be obtained under the normal route under Directive 2001/83 for normal pharmacological products undergoing rigorous trials, simply because there's a lack of sufficient scientific literature demonstrating a well-established medicinal use with a recognized efficacy and an acceptable level of safety. It should likewise not apply to homeopathic medicinal products eligible for marketing authorization or for registration under the directive originally proposed in 2001. So the long tradition that has been for medicinal products makes it possible to reduce the need for clinical trials insofar as the efficacy for the product is already plausible based on the basis of long-standing use and experience that's been seen in the general public. Preclinical tests do not seem necessary where the medicinal product, on the basis of the information of its traditional use, does not prove harmful under the specified conditions that it was used, and especially since it has already been exposed in humans. Even a long tradition, though, doesn't exclude the possibility that there may be concerns with regards to the product safety, and therefore the regulatory authorities in Europe should be entitled to ask for all data necessary in assessing the safety profile of these traditional products. The quality aspect of the medicinal product is independent of its traditional use. So there's no derogation should be made with regards to the necessary physicochemical, biological and microbiological tests. So in other words, from a quality perspective, we need to make sure that they will comply with the European Pharmacopoeia monographs, all those in the Pharmacopoeia of a member state. And we have to make sure that the quality aspects are such that we can maintain quality between the various batches of product that get produced, and that there are no variations in terms of quality or the introduction of any kind of impurities into those products that could then have an effect on patients and patient safety from a quality perspective. Now, because the vast majority of medicinal products with a sufficiently long and coherent tradition are based on herbal substances, it makes it seem appropriate to limit the scope of these registrations as a first step to getting traditional herbal medicinal products on the market for routine use. The simplified registration was deemed to be acceptable only where the medicinal product may rely on a sufficiently long medicinal use in the community. So in other words, it's been seen to be used for several years in a particular indication or indications, and where it's been used, there is verifiable data. Medicinal use outside of Europe will be taken into account only if the medicinal product has been used in Europe for a certain time. Where there's limited evidence of use within Europe, it is going to be necessary to carefully assess the relevance, the validity of that information that's been supplied outside of Europe. So in other words, how good and verifiable is the data that would be coming from outside Europe? For herbal substances, all mainly whole, fragmented or cut plants, plant parts, algae, fungi, lichen, in an unprocessed, usually dried form, but sometimes fresh. Certain exudates that have not been subjected to a specific treatment are also considered to be herbal products. Herbal products are precisely defined by the plant part used and the botanical name according to the binomial system, where we have the genus, species, variety, and the author. In terms of herbal preparations, preparations obtained by subjecting the herbal substances to treatment such as extraction, distillation, expression, fractionation, purification, concentration, or fermentation. These also include comminuted or powdered herbal substances, tinctures, extracts, essential oils, expressed juices, and processed exudates. So there is a wide variety in terms of the source of the product from various parts of the plant, all the way through to what happens to those parts of the plant in terms of the preparation for the use of the product through a whole variety of extraction methodologies. What's needed for the application is bibliographic or expert evidence to the effect that the medicinal product in question or a corresponding product has been used in a medicinal setting throughout the period for at least 30 years preceding the date of the application, which includes 15 years within the community, i.e. Europe. At the request of the member state where the application for traditional use registration has been submitted, the Committee for Herbal Medicinal Products will draw up an opinion on the adequacy of the data that's been presented of the long-standing use of the product or of the corresponding product itself. The member state shall submit relevant documentation supporting the referral, so the bibliographic review of safety data, and that bibliographic review will come from the scientific literature. It will not come from anecdotal data, together with an expert report, which will include either any information that's been seen in preclinical safety, all the way through to any clinical studies that have been done, whether those clinical studies have been observational in nature as opposed to formal clinical trials under good clinical practice guidelines. And where required by the regulatory agency, upon additional request, data necessary for assessing the safety of the medicinal product. So there are mechanisms now for supplying data that's been gathered over a period of time in order to assess whether there is sufficient data to provide an application for the product based on what's been produced in the scientific literature to date. The expectation as well is if you do get a license following this, there are still a lot of pieces of information that you will need to put in place in terms of having a licensed product. So any cases, adverse reaction cases that are received need to be processed and reported to the regulatory agency. Just because the product got a license doesn't mean it is perpetually safe. And what the regulators are looking for is any changes over time, now that there's a more formal structure included for your traditional herbal product. There has to be pharmacovigilance project management, how you're going to monitor the safety of the product to actually demonstrate that you have oversight of everything that's happening with the product. You have to demonstrate comprehensive literature searching, not the literature searching that was used in order to gain the license, but anything that's happened after gaining the license that could lead to a potential new safety signal. Somebody has to take charge of the overall safety, and that person is referred to as the EU qualified person for pharmacovigilance, or drug safety, as it's known. That person takes full responsibility for making sure that the processes are in place to constantly monitor the safety profile of the herbal product. In order to do that, you will need to have a process in place for looking at potential new signals. Just because an adverse reaction gets reported to you doesn't mean that it is real and associated with your product. It is the company's responsibility with experience to actually work out, was it our product or was it something else? And out of that assessment comes an analysis with a benefit risk determination. Risk management plans are also required, where you look at the most notable risks associated with the product, and you also design and maintain risk management strategies to ensure that nothing changes with those risks, or where possible, those risks can be reduced. There is a need to produce periodic reports on the progress of the safety profile of these, and these are submitted at various times to the regulatory authority as well. If you're going to do any clinical trials as well, where you want to extend indications or look at potentially new indications, new treatment populations, etc., this too will need to be included in any assessment moving forward of the safety of the product. If the product is going to be supplied via a medical device, so a slow release mechanism device over a period of time, such as a medicated patch, then again, the medical device safety aspect associated with the impregnated herbal product will also need to be assessed. Global expedited reporting is needed when the product is licensed in several countries, not just in Europe. And making sure that the information is coordinated at a single point is really important to ensure that you have all the safety data in one location. Any updates to the labeling of the product need also to be monitored, as does the system for pharmacovigilance. This is known as the EU PSMF. Now, the PSMF is the Pharmacovigilance System Master File, or the Drug Safety System Master File. What that actually means is you have documented how you do all of those bullet points above within a single document, and that's the document you will be judged on when you get inspected by the regulatory authorities. So all of these aspects will need to be put in place ready for your traditional medicine gaining a license. Now, what we also have to understand in this is the fact that you will get questions raised about your products, which means you need to have a medical services as well, as people phone up to find out from healthcare professionals and patients, how do I take the product? Can I take my product with this? I'm also taking this medicine that's been provided by my doctor. Will this interfere with my herbal medicine? So as a medical information department, these are first responses, and their job is to make sure that we maintain, design, implement what are known as frequently asked questions, those things that get asked all the time that we need to give consistent answers for. We also need to understand that there may be product complaints and adverse reactions that get reported to our medical services, and they need to know what to do with them. Product complaints are normally about a quality issue. Also, if we're going to advertise our product, there are certain things we can and cannot say about our product, and so we have to have a system in place that justifies any claims we make for the product as well. And that study information has to be readily available if anybody requests it. In addition to this, we also know that data is going to be received by us that could be incomplete. It may contain human errors. There may be a lack of follow-up of information. There may be a high volume of cases that we need to process to put in our safety database. And the main idea here is where we've got all this unfiltered data coming to us, we need wherever possible to try and make sure that the data is of sufficient quality so that we can easily follow up, we can easily make an assessment of whether we think this is related to our product or not. We can put it into a single database so that we can analyze all of that data at a single point. Because if we don't, and we obtain poor quality safety data, this can slow down recognizing any potential signals and slow down our assessment of doing a benefit risk assessment. Audits and inspections happen as well once you've got a product on the market. And planning for an inspection means that it is done on a risk-based approach. Now, a risk-based approach from the regulatory authorities also means if they've never seen you before as a company, if they've never seen your product before, because it's new on the market, etc., and it's the first time that it's been approved, these are risks as far as they're concerned that move you higher up the list to be seen, which is why it's going to be important to get a successful inspection when you've got a product on the market. But the whole idea of doing this is to make sure that we are monitoring the benefits and the safety profile of these traditional medicines, that we're able to get them out to a wider audience simply because of their approval status. And it also means from an audit inspection point of view that we have to be ready and have processes in place to ensure that we can gain regulatory reapproval for the product, because in an inspection, if the regulators think that we are not doing a good job in terms of monitoring the safety profile of the product, they can suspend the license. So it is an important aspect to ensure that with any traditional medicine, having gone through the effort of getting it on the market, we keep it on the market by good housekeeping and ensuring that we follow the regulations. That finishes my talk for today. I hope you've enjoyed what is a brief summary of getting traditional products to market. And like I said, the whole idea of this is to increase the formality with which they can be prescribed to the general public, as well as giving a formal approach to prescribers and patients in terms of what we have got approval for in its use. I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gavin, for that acute talk. And now the stage is open for questions. If any speaker have questions regarding this talk, you can ask Dr. Gavin.
Well, if there are no questions, thank you very much for your time and the opportunity to present this to you today.
Yes, yeah, I think there were no questions from the speakers. If there are any questions, please drop your questions in the chat box. And once again, I thank you for being a part of the webinar, sir. Thank you so much. webinar, sir. Thank you. And moving on to our next speaker. The next presentation will be from Living Zoo from Redker University, USA, and the talk is gut microbiota as a target for traditional herbal medicine.
I see Dr. Rudnick is here. He was scheduled before me.
Yes.
I'm happy to
Sorry.
speak after him.
Thank you. Thank you. I very much appreciate that because I'm very tight on time. I have a full clinical day today.
Yes. Dr. Abraham, sorry, Dr. Zoe. Dr. Abraham will be taking the slot now. And Dr. Abraham, please, I welcome to the webinar. I welcome you to the webinar. And now the speech is on Dr. Abraham will be giving.
Great. Can everyone see my Zoom presentation?
Yes, the he'll be giving the talk on traditional and alternative medicine in a relation of apolitic conversation medicine, a physiosophical analysis. And he is from Canada, the University of Dalhousie University. Dr. Abraham, you can take the
Thank you. Thank you so much. So just to confirm, can people see my slides?
Yes, sir, we can see.
Great. So I will start the presentation. And as usual, for me, if anyone wants to contact me, there's an email at the end of the first slide. Please feel free to email me if you're interested. And I would say that this is not yet written as a paper. So anyone who wants to join me on a philosophical analysis of this, especially as CAM practitioners, you're very welcome to maybe co-author a paper on this. So first point is on disclosure. I have no conflicts of interest related to this presentation. On word of introduction, so traditional and alternative medicine, in short, as I'll call them, TAM, is commonly considered inferior to allopathic and conventional medicine, ACM. That's not necessarily by everyone, but if you look at the medical establishment, at least the mainstream in developed countries, typically traditional and alternative is not considered as good as allopathic or conventional medicine. Now, even when traditional and alternative medicine is evidence-based, according to allopathic and conventional standards, including based on evidence-based medicine, EBM, it is often viewed by allopathic and conventional medicine practitioners and researchers as secondary to allopathic and conventional medicine. So much so that patients often hide its use from allopathic and conventional medicine providers, including in places like sub-Saharan Africa, where traditional and alternative medicine is culturally acceptable. And this is an example, this reference from James et al. In 2018, showing that when patients are asked about how much do they disclose their traditional and alternative medicine treatments that they take to their conventional practitioners, they report that they don't often disclose that, which of course poses a safety risk in addition to other problems. If someone is taking whatever it is, be it herbal remedies or other types of traditional and alternative medicine, and not and the family physician or the surgeon or psychiatrist like me doesn't know that, there are safety problems with that. So this is a state of affairs that is concerning, and it highlights the fact that the relation between traditional and alternative medicine and allopathic and conventional medicine is not clear enough. So this presentation is aiming to clarify the conceptual relation between TAM and ACM in an unbiased, or at least less biased way. And I must declare my own professional bias. It's not a financial conflict, but I have a professional bias. I'm a psychiatrist in the mainstream. I prescribe and treat with conventional or allopathic medicine. As a philosopher of science and of ethics, I do actually encompass much broader than that, including traditional alternative complementary medicine. But as a practitioner, I don't prescribe
complementary, traditional, and alternative treatments. So that's my professional bias, but I try to at least conceptually be as broad as I can. So methodologically today, what I'll be doing is using a philosophical, epistemological, which is theory of knowledge, and ethical, normative analysis, partly based on my philosophical expertise, as you see in some of these references. And I'll be using examples to illustrate the arguments, both from Eastern traditional and alternative medicine and from Western traditional and alternative medicine. Now, I'll be assuming evidence-based medicine, be it conventional allopathic and traditional alternative and complementary, because I do think that evidence-based medicine is an important part of how we should be socially responsible and clinically responsible, because we shouldn't be practicing when there's no evidence to support that. So therefore, traditional and alternative medicine practices that are not evidence-based, or at least not evidence-informed, which is different from evidence-based, such as orthomolecular psychiatry, which based on my research and others,
Dr.
sadly.
Abraham?
Yes.
Sorry for the interruption. The slides are not moving, so it's stuck in first one.
Well, it's showing in mine that it is moving, so let me try again. Very strange. I'll try it again. Can you see?
Yes,
Let's
sir.
see.
Yes.
Can you see the second slide now?
Yes, I can see.
Can you please full play? Can you please make it a full screen?
Yes. How about this?
No,
Are you seeing?
no. Make it
No.
play. The bottom right corner, you have a screen button. Press that. Yes.
Okay. Are you seeing it now?
Yes, sir, we can see.
Okay. So I'll go to the methods. Is this working for you?
Yes, sir, it's working.
Okay. So as I said, I'm excluding orthomolecular psychiatry as an example from the analysis because it is not evidence-based nor even evidence-informed. There are many other traditional alternative complementary practices that are not evidence-based nor evidence-informed, so I'm not addressing them today, only evidence-based or evidence-informed practices. Okay, so some findings from the this conceptual analysis. First of all, epistemologically, meaning the knowledge part. So practices can be more or less effective and more or less safe than other practices, obviously. But practices can also be independent of each other or dependent on each other. And partly in relation to that, from an ethical perspective, practices can be more or less acceptable. So for traditional and alternative medicine or alternative, or allopathic and conventional medicine, either can be primary or secondary. I'll give you an example. Tai Chi is a primary practice for fall prevention of seniors. It's been shown recurrently that this is one of the most effective practices to prevent falls of seniors. That's an example where TAM is actually the primary practice, more than allopathic or conventional medicine. Whereas yoga, or various types, I know there are many, many types, but to generalize, yoga as a secondary intervention, meaning it's not the primary one, but it's an addition, an adjunct, that helps with well-being of women who have had breast cancer. So we wouldn't necessarily say it's the first line, but in addition to other practices, such as mindfulness, such as some medications for women with breast cancer, it can be helpful. So you see a difference. Tai Chi as a TAM is primary for fall prevention of seniors. Yoga as TAM is secondary, but still important for well-being of women with breast cancer. Now, TAM and ACM can actually be equal in importance. For example, when we talk about acupuncture for chronic pain, it's as effective as many allopathic medicines that are prescribed for many purposes. So in that case, we see TAM and ACM as equivalent rather than primary or secondary to each other. Now, often TAM and ACM are independent of each other. For example, herbal medicines such as valerian is a TAM, and psychotherapy such as cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia as an ACM are independent of each other and can be used together. There's a bit of a caution about valerian because it's a very weak benzodiazepine-like substance because it does act on the GABA receptors. So if it's highly dosed, it can actually interfere with cognitive behavioral therapy. But at standard doses for insomnia, there's no interaction between them. But on the other hand, a different example where TAM and ACM are dependent on each other, such as being synergistic, meaning they can actually make each other work better, are available. For example, the new kid on the block for the last few years, psilocybin-assisted psychotherapy for depression, even for post-traumatic stress disorder, in my area of specialty, demonstrates where psilocybin, which is for all purposes a TAM approach, whereas psychotherapy is an ACM approach, have to work together and synergize each other to make enough of a difference for persistent depression and even more so for complex or refractory post-traumatic stress disorder. Okay. So I want to kind of be brief in order to open this up to questions and comments if there are any. So for discussion, to sum it up and then come up with some conclusions and suggestions. So traditional, alternative, and I would say also complementary medicine can be primary or secondary or equal to allopathic and conventional medicine, both in effectiveness, but I would also say in safety. Now, TAM and ACM can also be independent of each other, or they can be dependent on each other, such as even being synergistic, as we saw in the psilocybin or in general hallucinogenic assisted psychotherapy. Hence, traditional and alternative medicine can be and is often epistemologically, meaning from a knowledge perspective, sound, and therefore also ethically acceptable. That depends on context. So we can't generalize, as many allopathic practitioners do, that all TAM is secondary to ACM. It depends on what the population, clinical population is, what the indications are, what the evidence shows in regards to both TAM and ACM, and even within that, what the interactions are between TAM and ACM. It has to be done case by case, meaning not patient by patient, but actually situation by situation, indication by indication. There are caveats to that. For example, the comparative safety of TAM versus ACM is not often studied head-to-head, meaning in comparison directly to each other, and that has to be done. And TAM may be converted to ACM. So a famous example would be Campo from Japan, which started as an ACM, as a herbal remedy, but for quite a while now, for quite a few decades, has converted into an ACM, into allopathic conventional medicine that's very precisely dosed and packaged in conventional allopathic-like pills. And so TAM may become ACM. ACM sometimes converts to PM. So we need to remember there's a social, cultural, even political and economic aspect to that, and it's sometimes a moving target, as it has been with Campo. The limitations of this analysis, of course, are that I've used evidence-based medicine as an assumption in my analysis, but I consider that actually a strength because I think that any practitioner, be it a TAM practitioner or ACM practitioner, needs to use an evidence-based lens. And as part of that, an evidence-informed lens, meaning if it's not fully replicated as effective in multiple RCTs that are done by independent groups, at the very least, there's at least one group that has shown in at least one randomized controlled trial that this particular practice works. That would be evidence-informed from my perspective. So in conclusion, traditional and alternative medicine is not necessarily inferior and may actually be superior sometimes to allopathic and conventional medicine, and that depends on context. It has to be situation by situation, indication by indication. And as usual, more research is needed to compare and combine traditional and alternative medicine with allopathic and conventional medicine, particularly in relation to safety. So these are the references. Some are mine, as you see bolded with my name. Some are philosophical references, some are empirical references here. And I think much more work needs to be done to compare traditional alternative medicine with conventional allopathic medicine on par, on an equal footing, because it doesn't matter, to my mind, what the source of the practice is, or it doesn't matter as much. What matters more is what is the evidence, what are the indications for it, what are the safety considerations, the effectiveness of that, and I would say also in future research, what's the cost effectiveness, efficiency, and economics of use. So with that, I will end my presentation, put back the first slide with my email and open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Abraham, for the profound talk. Our stage is open for questions. You can ask any questions for Dr. Abraham.
So I'm not seeing anything in the chat. I'm not hearing anyone. I'm not seeing any
So
hands.
I think there are no questions from the speakers. If they are having any questions, they will be emailing you or they will be dropping the questions on the chat forum. And once again, thank you, sir, for being part of our webinar. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'll stop sharing. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. And going on to our next presentation. Our next presentation will be by Dr. Liping Zhou, Rutgers University, USA, and the title is Gut Microbiota as a Target for Traditional Herbal Medicine. Dr. Zhou, you can go on with your presentation.
Hi, everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak here. And I would like to discuss the topic on whether gut microbiota is actually a target for traditional medicine. Okay, I have a disclosure. I'm a co-founder of Notisha Biotechnologies. And so humans are considered as superorganisms by Dr. Joshua Lidberg, the Nobel laureate for 1958. In this year 2000 essay published in Science, talking about infectious diseases, and he proposed that we should stop using the war metaphor to manage and understand infectious disease. So it's a war between host and the pathogen, just like the current pandemic caused by SARS-CoV-2. It's not a wall, it's actually an ecological system. It's a three-partner system. So it's the host, the pathogen, and all the other microbes living in and on the host. And so he called human body as superorganisms. And recent study has shown that gut microbiota actually encode more than 3 million different genes. So they are our other genome. And anything we take into our gut, food or drugs, will be co-metabolized and co-transformed by the enzymes encoded both in our genome and our microbiome, and then affect our health. And more than 180 years ago, Nobel laureate of 1908, Ilya Michnikov, already proposed the concept of gut origin of chronic diseases. And he believed that toxins produced by various bad bacteria in the gut may accelerate aging and induce aging-related diseases. In traditional Chinese medicine, there is also a belief that fecal toxins, when get into bloodstream, will lead to all kinds of diseases. And now more and more research show that gut bacteria may produce neurotoxins, which may drive neurodegenerative disease or children's autism. And they produce carcinogens, which may drive cancer. And they produce toxins, immunotoxins, such as endotoxin, which may induce inflammation and drive obesity and type 2 diabetes, etc. And so, however, this, despite tremendous amount of work in the past 10 or 20 years, we still know not much about how exactly gut microbiota affect our health and aggravate or elevate the disease, because it's a very complex system. To understand such a complex system, we should use both top-down and bottom-up approach, or both reductionist and holistic approach. So this is an example showing how English-speaking people and Chinese-speaking people actually, philosophically have very different way of thinking and working on understanding nature. And this is my postal address in Shanghai. And if you look at the English way, it starts with my given name, the family name, the room, the building, the university, the city, and the country. So it's all the way bottom up. But in Chinese, it's exactly the same information. In Chinese, it's the opposite. You start with the country, the city, the university, the building, the room. And when you come to my name, it's family name first. So this is actually a reflection of how probably Western and Eastern people think very differently. And the approach we use to understand the human body and the medicine is also fundamentally different. And if you look at the complex running engine, for example, you can understand every single piece of the components, but you may still do not understand how it works. You need to put everything together. That is wrong. And then you may be able to understand, by looking at the vibration, the gas, the exhaust gas, and the noise of a running engine, you may be able to understand its health condition. So those vibration, noise, and exhaust gas are the so-called emergent functions of a complex system. And so each time when you sense if there is a health issue of the system, you don't need to stop the system and cut down into pieces to find out why. And by just monitoring the changes and the patterns of the changes in emergent functions of a complex system, you may be able to do health management. This is exactly how traditional medicine works. Like in traditional Chinese medicine, doctors use the so-called 4 diagnostic techniques to collect the signs at the whole body level. And those signs are the so-called emergent functions only a live person can have, and then try to identify the issue and work on the root of the question by using herbal medicine, acupuncture, and the Tai Chi, and everything you can use and to change the system. And by, again, monitoring changes in those whole body level signs or emergent functions, you actually can change the treatment and eventually correct the problem. Well, this is actually not, strange to the Western world, because in engineering field, engineers already using all kinds of sensors to continuously online collecting changes in vibration, in noise, in exhaust gas of a running engine, so that you can get online and real-time, quantitative and non-invasive and predictive measurement of health, and for the most productive management of the running engine. Well, we know that traditional medicine, you have sensory organs of the doctors or the physicians to collect emergent functions data, and that's actually need to be changed. And so if you look at the human body at the whole body level, production of urine, fecal matter, and also blood are the emergent functions at the whole body level. And you can collect the samples from these three kind of samples, and using molecular profiling technology to quantify and all the molecules inside the stream window. And then you can use this information to do health management, from diagnosis, prediction to treatment. And of course, one very important source of molecules in all the three windows would be coming from the gut microbiota. And the gut microbiota itself is really just like a walking bioreactor. So all the kinds of microbes growing in our gut, and in order to maintain a certain population level and compensate the loss associated with bowel movement, they need to grow all the time. When they grow, they consume nutrients and they produce side products. And many of the side products are bioactive. Some are detrimental, some are beneficial. And to maintain a certain population level, they have nutrients from two fundamental sources. One is anything non-digestible or undigested in our gut, in our diet, will become nutrients available to support gut bacteria's growth. Well, mucin and slough cells locally produced by our gut will also become nutrients available to support the growth of some gut bacteria. So these two sources of nutrients can be combined together. The types and amounts of such nutrient resources available to gut bacteria actually determines what kind of bacteria can stay in our gut and at what kind of level of population density. And so basically, in my lab, we focus on how diet change the gut microbiota and affect our health. And over the years, we developed a new dietary scheme where we included balanced macro and micronutrients to human, but we also integrated two general types of ingredients. One is non-digestible polysaccharides, complex carbohydrates, and the other is phytochemicals into such a diet, because non-digestible polysaccharides, many are fermentable and can produce energy to the gut bacteria. And then the gut bacteria, when they use this as energy to grow, they also release bioactive compounds such as short-chain fatty acids and hydrogen and others. And phytochemicals, they're already talks in this meeting, and they also have many beneficial effects, and turn out to be that many actually can protect the beneficial part of the gut microbiota. So one important source of such non-digestible polysaccharides and phytochemicals, including the dietary intervention, are coming from traditional Chinese medicinal food. And so I myself was the first volunteer for using this diet to change my gut microbiota and recover, lost about 45 pounds of body weight and recovered from metabolic syndrome. And we did a few clinical trials. I would like to share with you 2 or 3 of these. And one is to focus on traditional herbal medicine, full herbal medicine, and which was first developed more than 2,000 years ago as a decoction for treating diarrhea. And our collaborator, Dr. Xiaolin Tong, discovered in his traditional Chinese medicinal practice, medical practice, that this decoction worked very well for early stage type 2 diabetes patients. And so we eventually worked together and did a randomized, placebo-controlled, double-blinded clinical trial. And you have the placebo group, low dosage, medium dosage, and high dosage group over 3 months. And every month, and you have a collection of fecal sample and also medical data. And so there is a dosage-dependent reduction of HbA1c and the fasting glucose level, and also dosage-dependent recovery of insulin secretion. And we also see a dosage-dependent shifting of the gut microbiota structure based on the 60RN gene sequencing, next generation sequencing data. You can see that the low dosage, the medium dosage, and the high dosage group, they are shifting away from placebo and baseline. And if you only look at the high dosage group, it takes 1 month for the gut microbiota change dramatically to this place, and it will no longer change after 1 month. So 1 month, it was the time needed for gut microbiota shifted to a new structure and by this herbal medicine. And if you continue to use the herbal medicine, the gut microbiota will stay in this space for the rest of the trial. At 1 month after the decoction treatment, the clinical data still not show significant difference between control and the treatment groups. But after 1 month and 2 months and 3 months, eventually you see significant difference also in the medical outcome. And so by using, we detected more than 4,000 different bacteria. And by using this redundancy analysis, we identified 146 out of these 4,000 are responding to the decoction treatment. 47 promoted by the decoction, 99 reduced by the decoction. And among these 146 responding bacteria responding to the treatment, and we further correlate their changes with A1C level and fasting blood glucose level. And we found a few dozens which are either show the positive correlation with disease parameters or negative correlation with disease parameters. And we particularly focus on this Faecalibacterium prosnita bacteria, which was negatively correlated with disease. And we did a qPCR to specifically measure its response. And indeed, it has a dosage-dependent recovery from very low level and eventually to the highest level in the most effective and the high dosage group. And there are many studies showing that this particular bacteria species contains strains which are important beneficial bacteria producing short-chain fatty acids, can also alleviate inflammation and many beneficial effects. And so such bacteria may be in deficiency in patient's gut, can be recovered by traditional decoction treatment. So this paper was published back in ISME Journal. The second study I would like to share with you is a genetic form of children's obesity. It's called Prader-Willi syndrome. And we found that by actually feeding, doing a hospitalized program for treating the patients with this whole grains, traditional Chinese medicinal food, and probiotic-based diet. And we see significant improvement, loss of body weight, and improvement of metabolic syndrome. And for example, this boy, 140 kilograms heavy at the beginning, and he stayed in the program for 285 days and reduced to 83.6 kilograms, and continued the intervention at home after 430 days, and his body weight was 73 kilograms. He lost almost half of his body weight by just doing this diet, gut microbiota changing diet without any extra exercise. And he also fully recovered from the metabolic syndrome. So we eventually had two groups of patients, one PWS group and one simple obesity group. They are all morbidly obese children and on the same diet. And they showed significant weight loss and recovery from metabolic syndrome. And also particularly they showed the reduction of inflammation and also reduction of lipopolysaccharide binding protein in the serum. So this is a surrogate marker for the endotoxin produced by gram-negative bacteria, which can induce inflammation. And so we transplanted the microbiota from baseline and 3 months after intervention from the same patient into germ-free mice. So all the red colored data are from mice receiving the pre-intervention gut microbiota from the patient, and all the green colored data are from mice receiving the post-intervention microbiota from the same individual. And you can see in the first 2 weeks, and mice receiving the pre-intervention gut microbiota or pathogenic gut microbiota have inflammation in liver, in ileum, in the colon. And after that, the inflammation was reduced, but they start to accumulate a large amount of fat. And so basically, well, the green colored data showed that mice receiving post-intervention microbiota did not show such response. So basically, the baseline obesity gut microbiota actually can induce inflammation and also aggravate accumulation of fat. And so we eventually sequenced everything by using the Illumina HiSeq metagenomic platform. And we were able to identify a little bit over 2 million non-redundant microbial genes. And then we assembled the genes into genomes. And so we detected 376 bacterial genomes. And among these, 161 showing up in more than 20% of the samples. So they are prevalent members of the gut microbiota. And they amount to more than 60% of the total sequence generated. And by looking at how these 161 major members of the gut microbiota interact ecologically with each other, and we can actually statistically classify them into 18 functional groups, what we call guild. And each group had a few members, bacterial genomes, and members in the same guild, they increase or decrease together because they work as a guild. But if they are connected with red line, they also work together, they co-occur. If they connect with blue line, they co-exclude from each other, and they show negative correlation with each other. So in this way, we organize the major members of the gut microbiota of the patients into 18 different potentially functional groups. And then if you add all the individual members' abundance together, you get 18 guild level abundance. And you can see how these 18 guilds change their abundance in each individual patient at each time point, and how that correlates with disease. And we found 3 guilds show the negative correlation with disease phenotypes, 9 guilds show the positive correlation with disease phenotypes, and 6 guilds show the no correlation. So basically now we actually have a network which showed the ecological relationship among major members of the gut microbiota, and also their relationship from each other, and also their relationship with the host. So the 3 blue arrowed guilds, they are promoted by the diet, and they are negatively correlated with disease. They are potentially beneficial. While the 9 red arrowed guilds, they are reduced by the diet. They are positively correlated with disease parameters. They are potentially detrimental or pathogenic. The rest of the 6 guilds showed no correlation with disease. They are potentially neutral or commensal members of the gut microbiota. So this is just to show you that it's very possible by using metagenomic sequencing and appropriate data mining approach, you can actually identify the major specific members of a gut microbiota and sort out their ecological relationship among each other, and also their relationship with the host, and also with the disease development. The last example I would like to share with you is a study published 3 years ago in Journal Science, and it's using the same high fiber, high phytochemical diet to change the gut microbiota and see how this can be driving the alleviation of type 2 diabetes. So in this study, we used a similar WTP diet rich in polysaccharides and the phytochemicals. We randomized patients into either the Euro diet group or this WTP diet group. And we control the total calorie intake and the macronutrient intake between the 2 groups. So the only major difference is the W group, or the WTP diet group, had about 30 grams more very diverse and fermentable fiber in their diet. And after 3 months intervention, you can see there is an extra reduction of HbA1c and quicker reduction of fasting blood glucose level, and among many other clinical parameters we measure. So there is a treatment-specific clinical benefit to the patients. Because of the randomized design, we can only attribute the treatment specific clinical outcome to the intake of the high fiber. And we also did a transplantation to show causality. We also transplanted the gut microbiota from the same type 2 diabetes patients at baseline and 3 months after the high fiber intervention. And you can see that the baseline gut microbiota can induce abnormal blood glucose increase and insulin resistance in recipient germ-free mice. And while the post-intervention microbiota didn't. What does this mean? This means that you don't need bad gene of the host. You don't need a bad diet, because the germ-free mice are normal mice without any genetic mutation, believed can be susceptible to type 2 diabetes. And they are also on a normal diet. They are not on hyper diet, which believe can induce type 2 diabetes. So basically, they are genetically intact mice, which cannot lead them to type 2 diabetes or any symptom. However, just by taking the gut microbiota from type 2 diabetes patients, and they start to develop major symptoms related with type 2 diabetes. What does this mean? This means the gut microbiota of type 2 diabetes patients are the pathogen for inducing type 2 diabetes. And by changing the gut microbiota using this high fiber diet, you have a new microbiota after 3 months of intervention. This new microbiota from the same patient did not induce type 2 diabetes related symptoms in germ-free mice. So indeed, the whole gut microbiota can be considered as a pathogen for inducing chronic diseases, and just like type 2 diabetes. So we know that dietary fiber cannot be absorbed by human, digested and absorbed by human. So the only way for them to do anything to human and alleviate type 2 diabetes should be by way of fermented by the gut bacteria and changing, producing short-chain fatty acid. So among 6 short-chain fatty acids, 4 of them didn't show any difference between the 2 groups, and also reduced significantly after intervention, they could not be responsible for the treatment effect. And acetic acid showed no difference between the two groups, and also not reduced. So this could be contributing to the clinical benefit shared between the two groups. While butyric acid didn't change in the control group, but significantly increase in the treatment group. And this could be attributed to contributing to the treatment-specific clinical outcome. And we know that short-chain fatty acids, such as acetic acid, butyric acid, can bind to GPRCR4143 receptor of L cell in our gut and induce production of GLP-1. GLP-1 can promote production of insulin. And indeed, we see increased GLP-1 production in the treatment group and also increased insulin production in the treatment group. This is one possible mechanism why dietary fiber after fermented by gut bacteria can actually elevate type 2 diabetes. But we also see reduction of pH in the gut after the intervention. And we know this is a dramatic change of the gut environment to the bacteria living there. So again, we did a metagenomic sequencing of 4 fecal samples from each individual. Of all the individuals, we identified nearly 5 million non-redundant microbial genes. And then we assembled 422 bacterial genomes. 180 of these shared by 20% of the samples. And we were able to assemble 154 high-quality draft genomes after these 180. Among these 154 high-quality draft genomes, 141 are producing short-chain fatty acids because they have the genetic capacity to work on, to ferment carbohydrates and producing at least one kind of short-chain fatty acids. They have those genes in their genome. However, when you give the high diverse fiber, they only 15 out of these 141 increase their abundance and become positive responders to the treatment. 79 showed no response, and 47 actually reduced. So the positive responders, they all can produce acetic acid, and several of them can also produce butyric acid. And when they got promoted by the high fiber diet, you see 47 of the genetically capable of producing short-chain fatty acids bacteria actually reduce their abundance below baseline, and they are negative responders. In addition, these negative responders actually can also produce endotoxin. Some can produce hydrogen sulfide and indole. These are all detrimental compounds. So basically, the high fiber diet we provide to patients promoted a very selective group of beneficial bacteria and reduced the group of pathogenic, potentially pathogenic bacteria. And we eventually find out from their genetic, their genes, because we have all the genome, and the positive responders can grow quicker and also tolerate to low pH and after producing short-chain fatty acids. So they continue to grow. While the negative responders, they grow slower and they also cannot tolerate low pH. So eventually they actually become lower than baseline. And this is a typical ecological competition between the two groups of bacteria. And the more positive responding bacteria you have, and the higher you can promote them by using this diet, and eventually it will be the lower the patient can achieve HbA1c. So there is a statistical correlation between these two factors. So eventually we were able to identify 15 short-chain fatty acid producing bacteria which are selectively promoted by our diet. And when they become predominant, they reduce the pathogens. And eventually, they also directly stimulate the insulin production by way of a GLP-1. So eventually, this leads to significant elevation of the disease. We also isolated some of the live cultures of binding to the genomes, and they also show the probiotic effect in mice model. So we hypothesized that these 15 bacteria, they work together as a guild, but they are not just a general guild. They are actually just like the tall trees of a closed forest. They are the foundation guild, just like the tall trees are the foundation species of a forest. So you need to have such bacteria, but also grow them to a high abundance level so that you can have a stable, healthy gut microbiota, and you can suppress the previously overgrowing pathogens. So now we have a new target for personalized nutrition and medicine by targeting the foundation guild and restore the foundation guild, protect the foundation guild, promote the foundation guild. This may help you recover a healthy and maintain a healthier gut microbiota, and eventually achieve health and wealth for your patients. And so again, I would like to probably you would be convinced that the gut microbiota probably is a target for traditional medicine. So we may be able to use this as a way to evaluate, to test, and validate traditional medicine. And currently, we have a clinical trial going on COVID-19, and that is actually using a microbiome nutrition formula to promote the foundation guild in patients with active COVID-19 infection, and so that we may be able to reduce the severity and the complications in high-risk populations. And we also just published a single case study paper in ANBio to show that the same formula can actually recover foundation guild from long COVID patient with severe GI symptoms and alleviate her symptoms after 2 months of use of this product. Shows feasibility of alleviating long COVID. So with that, I would like to acknowledge contributions of my students and postdocs and staff, and also collaborators. And thank you. And if I have time, I would like to answer your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Zhou, for that insightful talk. Now the stage is open for questions. If any speaker have any questions regarding this presentation, you can ask that question.
Yeah, if there are no questions, then thank you very much.
Yes, sir. I think there are no questions from the speakers. If anyone is having, please drop your questions in the chat column. Once again, thank you, Dr. Zhou, for being a part of our webinar. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And moving on to our next presentation, the next talk will be by Dr. Gary Null from Gary's Health Choices USA, and the talk will be building your immune system in the time of COVID. Dr. Gary, you can go on with your presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to share some insights today with this esteemed group of scientists. And I would just like to add to the gentleman who just finished his very detailed and comprehensive review of the immune modulating effects of probiotics. I have written several articles on the benefits of traditional Chinese medicine. I'll be using many of those in this particular presentation. And a larger perspective is that science should not be political. Then it's not science, it's political science. Instead, what we should do, we should be able to have science from independent, non-biased sources. And historically, that's what we've had. But today, more than ever, we're seeing proprietary science, that whatever an object can be learned is that the person who pays for the study frequently determines the outcome of that study. And I'm opposed to that. My entire career as a scientist, and I was just a little background, I have a PhD in human nutrition and public health science. I'm a clinical nutritionist, board certified, and a registered dietitian, certified, and also senior research fellow at the Institute of Applied Biology and the head of their anti-aging division for more than 33 years. I've published many scientific papers. I presented my views before august science bodies around the United States and have done 50 clinical studies. That is a lot of clinical studies. One study alone had over 3,000 participants, another 500, another 1,000, some lasting a year, year and a half, and on different topics. But all of them had something in common. None used current medical standards of treatment, meaning no radiation, chemotherapy, surgery, or medications, even though we had medical supervision, Dr. Martin Feldman, magna cum laude from Yale, College of Physicians, Surgeon at Columbia, associate professor of neurology at Mount Sinai, publishing over 83 articles in the peer-reviewed journals, and one of the more respected neurologists in the United States, supervised virtually all of these. And what I have found is that when it comes to viruses of any type, including and especially corona, the earlier the medical intervention, the better. And we will now begin a series of very late to the party discussions about what would have happened if we had done it differently. Because historically, as you all know, who are watching this, we relied exclusively upon a close-knit group of individuals to determine what should be the approaches. And their approach was do nothing, stay at home until you're very sick, then go to the hospital. And then you'll be given whatever emergency treatments exist. Unfortunately, there was a very high mortality rate to that. But there are a group of physicians and others in the field of healing who relied upon the best of FDA-approved medications, about 28 of them all told. But more importantly, from my perspective, the Library of Medicine, from which all the information I'm about to share with you comes, all of it, show that there were thousands, literally thousands of studies showing that there were medicines or nutrients or functional foods that were available that have antiviral and immune stimulating properties. And none the least would be the probiotics and prebiotics. Hence, where I believe we should have started this journey was with getting America and the world indeed all together for a Marshall Plan on stimulating natural immunity. So since most of us would come into contact with this or some variant at some point, wouldn't it be best if we had a strong immune system? No different than a classroom, where students in a classroom are all exposed to the same virus. They're in effect in a petri dish. And so one student comes with a cold or influenza. Not every student is infected, but every student, not every student manifests symptoms, but every student is infected. You're in a small group. Your hands are carriers. You're coughing, breathing, normal, desktops. These weren't sanitized. But why didn't everyone in every school that a single person got a cold or flu in a classroom, why didn't everyone else in that classroom become sick? The immune system. And unfortunately, the one thing I feel was not promoted was what we as citizens of the world can do on a daily basis to keep our immune system strong. Indeed, if you look at countries, including China and Japan and other countries in South America and in Africa, the people who are the healthiest, who live the longest life, are the ones who are actively using their food, their beverages, the miso soups, the tofu tempehs, the fermented foods, the sauerkrauts, to encourage healthy colonizing of the trillions of bacteria in our gut. Indeed, we have 10 times more bacteria in our body than we do cells. So I begin my presentation with just an understanding of something that is self-evident, that during the past 2 years, the coronavirus pandemic has dominated the news at the expense of everything else that is critical and urgent in our lives. And as this pandemic decreases and less cases are reported daily, less people are dying, health-minded people are eager or even desperate to know whether there are ways to strengthen the body's immune system to offer some protection against not just SARS-2, but other viral upper respiratory infections that we're likely to see more of in the future. At the time of the pandemic was cleared in March 2020, there were 6 known strains of coronavirus, 4 of which were associated with the common cold or mild to moderate respiratory infections. Everyone has likely had a coronavirus infection at some time in his or her life. However, before SARS-2, 2 strains, the severe acute respiratory syndrome, or SARS, and the Middle East respiratory syndrome, MERS, were more severe. Between the years 2002 and 2004 and 2014, 2018, these strains respectively were observed to be lethal. However, during these same periods, total deaths were under 1,000. Compared to other viral infections that target the respiratory tract, especially influenza, until recently there was less research either to understand the pathways of infection or the drugs or natural substances to battle the virus. And during an earlier coronavirus task force meeting, the White House asked whether the flu vaccine would protect against the coronavirus. The flu vaccine is not only influenza specific, it is also flu strain specific. It offers 0 discernible protection against other viruses. There was a caveat to this strategy, despite later CDC recommendations that the flu vaccine might lessen SARS-2 risks. In January 2020, the journal Vaccine published a study conducted by the Armed Forces Health Surveillance Branch at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The researchers investigating viral interference due to receiving the flu shot, in other words, does the flu vaccine make a recipient more susceptible to other non-influenza respiratory viral infections? The study's conclusions state, quote, vaccine-derived virus interference was significantly associated with coronavirus and the human metapneumonia virus, end quote. This was not the first time that viral interference from the flu vaccine has been associated with an increase in non-influenza respiratory infections. A more thorough study, an actual clinical trial, was conducted by the University of Hong Kong in 2012. The double-blind, randomized, controlled trial followed a group of flu vaccine versus placebo vaccinated children between 6 and 15 years of age over the course of 9 months to determine infection rates from 19 other respiratory viruses. The study found, quote, no statistically significant difference in the risk of confirmed seasonal influenza infection between recipients of the influenza vaccine or a placebo, end quote. Well, that's not good news for people who are advocating or those taking the flu vaccine, keeping in mind that every vaccine has side effects. So when someone says the vaccine is both safe and effective, by what measure? Any vaccine containing aluminum or mercury, which historically almost all vaccines have, until the removal of mercury from most vaccines. If you go to the toxicological literature, you'll find that they are always toxic, especially neuron toxic. However, it was the dramatic number of incidents of non-influenza infections found in the flu vaccinated group, 105 cases, which included coronavirus, as opposed to 54 cases among those who received a placebo. In other words, the results suggest that receiving the flu shot may increase one's risk of contracting respiratory viruses by almost 100%. A Swiss study noted the SARS coronavirus and influenza share 2 of the same proteases in targeted cells, TMPRSS2 and HAT. These are responsible for activating the spread of the virus at the point of infection and contribute to their pathogenesis in an infected cell. Therefore, it may be proposed that natural supplements and botanical remedies that have been shown effective against influenza may more or less be effective against coronavirus as well. In fact, a study was released by Xingyin Hospital in China Medical University in the Journal of Medical Virology, recommending that patients' nutritional status be evaluated before any conventional treatment. The hospital recommended a regimen including vitamin A, vitamin B, C, D, E, the omega-3 fatty acids, selenium, zinc, gamma globulin A, administered intravenous, and Chinese traditional medicine. Now, natural botanicals remain the most successful source for leads in drug discovery. And due to the botanical's unique structural diversity, nature remains our greatest resource to identify unique molecules for treating disease and infection. Therefore, we have scoured the peer-reviewed literature on the National Institutes of Health Library of Medicine database to identify compelling studies published in peer-reviewed journals that may warrant vitamin, antioxidant, and biobotanical supplementation as a means to protect ourselves from coronavirus and other respiratory infections. And these have been shown to either have strong antiviral properties in general or have known biomolecular effects to strengthen our immune systems against microbial infections. Now, I'm not offering any prescriptions. This is just a summary of some of the important scientific information for you to make better informed decisions for protecting yourself while the coronavirus wins its course, and not just coronavirus, for all viruses. And I might add, if I can find this information, so too could all the health advocates appearing on television, all the journalists writing on health subjects. These are not difficult to find. The question is, why is it I have not seen a single major article in any of the mainstream media advocating prevention, not just wearing gloves and face masks and social distancing and isolation. I'm talking about things that we could do on a daily basis that is non-toxic, inexpensive, comes from the peer-reviewed journal, the Library of Medicine, that could have helped a lot of people maintain their health, even if infected, and prevented a worse course outcome. So let's take a look at what I found. First, the botanicals. The number one would have to be astragalus. In traditional Chinese medicine, coronavirus infections belong to a specific epidemic disease category. Astragalus is not only a very popular plant used in traditional Chinese medicine, but is also one of the most researched and promising botanical plants shown to have antiviral properties. In both traditional Chinese medicine and Ayurvedic Indian medical journals and formulas, astragalus has been shown and proven to be used for centuries because of its effectiveness against infections and overstressed respiratory conditions. Compounds, notably saponins, found in astragalus, have been well researched and found to hinder influenza proliferation. The United States Department of Agriculture's Avian Disease and Oncology Laboratory found it inhibits avian flu viruses. Jinling Academy of Agricultural Science in China conducted a study published in the Journal of Microbiological Pathology that concluded, quote, astragalus exhibits antiviral properties that can treat infectious bronchitis caused by avian coronavirus, end quote. In China, which has a large poultry industry, avian coronaviruses are a serious threat to chicken farmers. Chinese farmers will often include astragalus in their feed to protect the birds from infection, as well as pig feed to ward off porcine circoviruses. In early 2020, Beijing University of Chinese Medicine completed an analysis of previous research looking at the benefits of Chinese herbal formulas against SARS and H1N1 swine flu. In 3 studies among participants who took formulas against SARS, not a single one contracted illness, nor did any contract H1N1 influenza in 4 additional studies. A primary ingredient in these formulas was astragalus. That same year, researchers at Beijing Children's Hospital at the Capital Medical University provided an overview of recommended diagnostic procedures and treatments for specific symptoms witnessed in COVID-19 infections that included both allopathic and traditional Chinese medicine. In cases where there are signs of severe weakness and stress observed in the lungs and spleen, a formula called Li Jun Jai was prescribed, which includes astragalus and ginseng as 2 primary botanicals. The prestigious journal Science published a review out of Yuan Academy of Agricultural Sciences in China that investigated the great disparities in infection and mortality rates between different provinces, Wuhan being the most severe. In the provinces with the lowest infection rates, there was between an 84 and 98% use of traditional Chinese formulas. Again, two of the main ingredients were astragalus and ginseng. Then we have cannabinoids, CBDs. And during the past 2 years, some of the most exciting research published about natural treatments against SARS-2 infection focuses on cannabinoids. In a cohort study, University of Chicago researchers observed that the group of persons previously taking cannabinoids significantly lowered SARS-2 infection incidence. The scientists recommended that CBD was a potential preventative agent and therapy for early SARS infections. A later Chicago study observed that human lung cells exposed to CBD for 2 hours before being exposed to the SARS-2 virus did not replicate in the cells. However, this effect was only observed in CBD minus hemp psychoactive molecule TCH. Research out of Oregon State University showed that both the CBDG and cannabidiolic acid, CBDA, prevented infection of human epithelial cells by way of expressing the SARS-2 spike protein and preventing entry of the live SARS-2 into cells. Our research has also identified CBD's effectiveness as an antiviral agent and against hepatitis Kaposi sarcoma-associated herpesvirus. Similar to inexpensive repurposed drugs shown to dramatically reduce the severity of COVID-19, Israeli scientists at the University of Haifa and Rambam Healthcare argued CBD will prevent the progression from mild to severe disease. Now, besides the cannabinoid alarmistic properties, there's also evidence that they may significantly repress host inflammatory responses that might lead to hyperinflammation and cytokine storms. Separately, the University of Campania in Italy and the Medical College of Georgia noted that stimulation of the cannabinoid receptor, the CB2, reduced the release of pro-inflammatory cytokines. The latter study suggests that CBD may be a powerful treatment for severe COVID respiratory infections. It may be noted that because CBDs target the spike protein, the phytocannabinoids are potentially effective and safe as a preventative remedy against post-COVID vaccination adverse effects. Then you have licorice root, the glycyrrhizin acid. In traditional Chinese, licorice root has been used to relieve and treat ulcers, sore throats, bronchitis, cough, adrenal insufficiencies, and allergic disease. Ancient manuscripts in China, India, and Greece each include licorice for treating respiratory tract infections and hepatitis. Licorice remains antiviral in its compounds, and a potent immune active anti-inflammatory agent is also in licorice. For 20 years, Japan has used the intravenously available treatment to treat chronic hepatitis B and C infections with very rare side effects. It has also been shown to induce programmed cell death in lymphoma cells and Kaposi sarcoma related to herpes virus. Therefore, it was an unexpected surprise to discover that there is a notable research on licorice root extract effectiveness against coronavirus, and particularly SARS. In fact, Japan's National Institute of Infectious Disease reported that licorice root extract's effectiveness against coronavirus and severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS, as well as Epstein-Barr virus and human cytomegalovirus were effective. After the deadly SARS outbreak in 2010 or 12, virologists at Frankfurt University Medical School investigated several antiviral compounds to treat patients admitted with SARS coronavirus infections. Of all the compounds tested, licorice root extract was the most effective. The scientists concluded that, quote, our findings suggest that the licorice root extract should be assessed for treatment of SARS, end quote. And by the way, that research was later replicated at Sun Yat-sen University in China and published in the Chinese journal Bengdu ZXBO. The researchers identified several derivatives of the licorice root extract as primary molecules of antiviral properties. So that's another one that's very important. And they even started that early in the pandemic. Researchers at the University of Lille in France provided rationale for combining licorice extract with hydroxychloroquine as a safe protocol for treating COVID-19 patients. Also, we have elderberry, Sambucus nigra. Elderberry has become a very popular supplement for relieving symptoms of the common cold and flu infections. It was found worldwide and everywhere, and is part of many of the world's indigenous pharmacopoeias. There are many species of elderberry. The species Sambucus nigra, SAMBUCUS, seemingly has been shown to have the most medicinal properties. Most research is focused on elderberry's therapeutic value against influenza. Cohosh University Hospital in Israel found that elderberry was effective in vitro with 10 different influenza strains. Cytokine activity for interleukin-1, also tumor necrosis factor alpha, interleukin-6 and interleukin-8, all significantly increased, thereby confirming its anti-inflammatory and antiviral properties. Another Israeli study by Hebrew University in Jerusalem and published in the Journal of Internal Medical Research found that participants enrolled with existing flu-like symptoms who took 15 milliliters of elderberry syrup 4 times a day recovered 4 days earlier than those on medications or placebo. And finally, the University of Sydney study observed that certain compounds in elderberry inhibit the flu virus's entry and replication in human cells. So, by the way, there's also research on elderberry's positive impact on coronavirus infections. In 2014, researchers at Emory University noted that elderberry extract inhibited coronavirus virility at the point of infection. The scientists hypothesized that elderberry rendered the virus non-infectious. One of the better studies came out of National Sun Yat-sen University and China's Medical University Hospital in Taiwan in 2019. The researchers used an ethanol extract of Sambucus stem, not the berry, and observed its potential against coronavirus strains, the NL63. In addition to its antiviral properties, elderberry is an effective agent against pathogenic bacteria. Under laboratory conditions, as Justus Liebig University in Germany, elderberry was shown to be very effective against several bacteria that are responsible for pneumonia during SARS-like and flu-like infections, and against influenza A and B viruses in particular. Then you have echinacea, a systematic review of the existing research before 2011 of the University of British Columbia and published in the journal Pharmacovigilance concluded, quote, all strains of human and avian influenza viruses tested, including the Tamiflu-resistant strain, as well as herpes simplex virus, respiratory viruses, and rhinoviruses, were very sensitive to a standardized echinacea purpurea preparation, end quote. There are different species of echinacea. The species Echinacea purea has been observed to be the most effective and targets the most infectious pathogens. And echinacea does present limitations depending upon the severity of an infection. Once a cold caused by any one of the various cold viruses, including coronavirus, more deeply infects the bronchia and the lower lung, echinacea does not appear to be helpful. It is more effective with upper respiratory tract infections. One of the largest placebo double-blind controlled studies on echinacea was conducted at Cardiff University in the United Kingdom. The study followed participants for 4 months and confirmed the safety of long-term echinacea supplementation. It also observed a statistically significant decrease in cold episodes in the echinacea group. Then we have a 2012 Griffith University study in Australia undertook one notable double-blind study to determine whether echinacea provided protection to air travelers. The study concluded, quote, supplementation with standardized echinacea tablets, if taken before and during travel, may have preventative effects against the development of respiratory symptoms during travel involving long-haul flights, end quote. And there are other studies on that as well. And by the way, with echinacea, it depends upon the different parts of the plant, the leaves, the stems, the bark, the roots, etc. The scientists noted that only echinacea extracts that contain the root showed significant antiviral properties. Then you have olive leaf. Olive leaf is the most important biomolecule in the olive tree that contributes to its antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer, antimicrobial, antiviral activities and effects. One advantage of olive leaf is that it is highly bioavailable to the body's cells. I found more than 10,000 studies in the National Institutes of Health literature database referring to olive leaf extract and olive oil, most with respect to its strong antioxidant, anti-cancer properties. According to analysis conducted by Regina Elena National Cancer Institute in Rome, the active ingredient in olive and olive oil, the plants and the flowers, could be extremely beneficial, especially for upper respiratory tract infections. There's also a few studies showing olive leaf's effectiveness against respiratory viruses. One randomized trial performed at the University of Auckland in New Zealand suggests olive leaf can contribute to treating respiratory illnesses, including coronavirus. In a 2001 study at the University of Hong Kong identified 6 separate antiviral agents in olives that were effective against the different types of viruses being challenged. So that's another one that's very effective and good. And then we have oregano oil. Oregano possesses a compound called carvacrol, C-A-R-V-A-C-R-O-L. It's been shown to be antiviral. Soochow University in China and the University of Oklahoma published a study in the British Medical Journal of Complementary and Alternative Medicine focusing on oregano's antiviral properties against influenza viruses. Although oregano oil did not kill the virus, it nevertheless inhibited the virus's ability to translate proteins responsible for the viral binding to cells. And the University of Putra, Malaysia, meta-analysis of existing research of different plant essential oils reported oregano was strongest against the flu-like viruses, adenovirus, and Coxsackie virus. 2010 randomized double-blind study published in Evidence-Based Complementary and Alternative Medicine suggests oregano was beneficial as a throat spray and showed significant and immediate improvement of upper respiratory tract infections ailments. The University of Arizona published a paper in the Journal of Applied Microbiology investigating oregano's antiviral properties when used as a sanitizer. The study focused on one flu-like virus, novavirus. If sprayed on surfaces, the coronavirus, or not the coronavirus, but the carvacrol will kill the virus within 15 minutes of exposure. And finally, it's worth noting that a Harvard Medical School study published in the November 2021 issue of British Medical Journal, which analyzed data gathered from nearly 600,000 participants comparing COVID-19 symptom rates with diet. Persons eating a healthy plant-based diet were associated with a lower risk of severity of COVID-19. This was the case even after accounting for other lifestyle measures and behaviors. Then I'll hit briefly supplements, starting with vitamin C. Unlike the United States, most of the world, especially in Asia and continental Europe, recognizes vitamin C as an important antiviral agent. It is also a remarkable antioxidant shown to ward off infections. China has conducted several clinical trials with intravenous vitamin C to treat patients infected with COVID-19 strain. The city government of Shanghai is actively treating patients with intravenous vitamin C. A trial at Shangnang Hospital in Wuhan uses 24,000 milligrams per day intravenously. The Wuhan study can be viewed on the U.S. National Library of Medicine's website. And also, there's a multi-institute review of 12 vitamin C studies. 5 randomized control was published in November 2021 in the issue of Life And patients suffering from severe COVID also appear to have suboptimal levels of vitamin C. So that's important. A lot of people have subclinical deficiencies of vitamin C. We're just not getting enough in the diets around the world. Then we have vitamin D. Barely a week goes by without another study appearing in the peer-reviewed literature that looks at either vitamin D's therapeutic characteristics against viral infections or the risks of vitamin D deficiency. And there's a lot of studies, I mean, thousands of studies on vitamin D. So the idea is let's get the people to start using adequate amounts of vitamin D preventatively each day, and then therapeutically at higher doses directed by your physician or healthcare provider. In fact, Dr. Michael Hollick, a medical professor at Boston University School of Medicine, is regarded as an expert on vitamin D. In his 2020 lead study, Dr. Hollick looked at 190,000 COVID cases representing all 50 states and found that sufficient levels of vitamin D could reduce the risk of infection by as much as 54%. So that's important. And there's lots of studies, some containing up to 11,000 people that were studied on that. Then we have N-acetylcysteine. Oxidative stress is a well-known pathway for microbial infections such as viruses and bacterial pneumonia, especially in the lungs. When the lungs are subject to serious oxidative stress, there's an increase in inflammatory cytokines, especially interleukin-1, 8, and tumor necrosis factor, or TNF. Each of these cytokines have been shown repeatedly in clinical research to play a role in different respiratory infections, including influenza, coronavirus, echovirus, adenovirus, Coxsackie virus, and others. And the key is that certain antioxidants can alleviate lung damage due to oxidative stress. And acetylcysteine is one of these extremely important antioxidants. It exhibits both direct and indirect antioxidant properties. The indirect benefit is that it increases the concentration of another important antioxidant, glutathione, in the lung cells. So that's important also. So let us include that into our study. And then L-lysine and melatonin. Since amino acids have been implicated with viral infections and replications, research is underway to identify inexpensive and beneficial therapies. And both of these have multiple studies in these areas. I could refer you to Chinese Medical University in Taiwan, found the amino acids could be used as a safe prophylactic to be added to daily dietary regimens. At the time when the study observed that lysine and lysine ester was especially effective in blocking SARS-2 early stage entry. Similarly, the amino acid melatonin may serve as an adjunct therapy against COVID-19. Researchers at Wayne State University have shown that melatonin intervenes with the SARS-2 virus at several cellular sites associated with decreased oxygen saturation, a frequent symptom in severe COVID cases. Another study conducted at the Medical College of Poland came to the same conclusion. In fact, melatonin has been approved by the FDA for inclusion in emergency authorized drug-based cocktail to manage viral progression. A Texas Tech University Health Center review of the existing scientific data concludes that it reduces the activation of the oxygen-mediated damage, the cytokine-induced inflammation. So these are just some of the studies that we have seen. And these are all from major peer-reviewed journals. So in conclusion, I believe that we should be concerned about serious symptomatic SARS-2 infections. At the moment, the primary solutions for managing the crisis has been spending a lot of money on experimental vaccines with the hope that they work in a high degree and prevent infections, but that has not been the case, unfortunately. Certainly some people have been protected, and we appreciate that. But the earlier the intervention with FDA-approved drugs or botanicals, including Chinese herbal remedies, would be wise. And if we spoke with all the clinicians, which there are hundreds of thousands practicing throughout the world, these natural therapies, with good science backing them up, not old wives' tale and hearsay, I believe that we could save a lot of people, not just now, going forward, but we could have saved a lot of people had we implemented these from day one of symptoms, which is generally what most physicians do. look at a patient, look at the symptoms, do the blood workups, do the exams, and then say, here's what we're going to do to deal with this today. That would make a big difference. Thank you all very much for your attention. I appreciate it. I appreciate this opportunity to share this information with all the people and the participants and for the group sponsoring.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Gary, for
Thank
the
you.
advice.
Do I have any questions?
No questions?
If I do, I'll be happy to take them, but I saw we were running a little late, so I wanted to finish in the time permitted. Actually, finish 3 minutes
If
early.
you're having any questions,
So, to the
can ask
moderator, do you have any questions? Or is there anyone who would like to ask a question? I'll be happy to address it. Otherwise, I'll cede my time to the next presenter.
I think there are no questions from the speakers. Do you have
Okay.
any?
Well, thank you very much for allowing me to share these
Yeah.
insights.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Have a nice day.
And moving on to our next presentation will be a video presentation from our sponsors. They are the sponsors of our webinar. The video presentation is by Minaru Funahashi from Marine Products, Kimuraya, USA. And the title of the video will be Tricardin reduces the toxicities of chemotherapy for patients with respectable evidence or reconnect colorectal cancer. We'll be presenting the video now.
Physiology. Hello everyone. I am Minoru Funakoshi and belonging to R&D division of a Japanese company, Marine Products Kimuraya. I am grateful for giving me an opportunity to present our research. Our company continues to investigate an ingredient of brown algae. The name of ingredient is fucoidan. At first, I show an edited video. The video will introduce material sea algae and the history of our research and development and achievements of its activity. So, let me start.
Mozuku sea algae is known as one of the 3 main health foods in Okinawa, famous for longevity. At present, more than 90% of all edible mozuku is cultivated in Okinawa, as it can only grow in highly transparent, beautiful waters. The smooth texture of mozuku is familiar to Japanese people. While mozuku is generally eaten as mozuku salad with sanbaizu vinegar, low-calorie mozuku is said to assist in the prevention of lifestyle-related diseases and in fashioning a healthy body. And now, these newly discovered powers contained in mozuku have come into the limelight. Situated in Sakai Minato City, in Tottori Prefecture, Marine Products Kimuraya was one of the first domestic food manufacturers to commercialize packaged and seasoned mozuku. While conducting research into the improvement of preservative quality and other such areas, Kimuraya discovered that the viscous and typical constituent of mozuku has an antibacterial effect. This research then went on to discover that high polymer mozuku fucoidan, which is extracted from this viscous constituent in natural conditions, has amazing possibilities that offer hope to modern cancer-prone society. Fucoidan research was triggered by events that shook Japan's food industry in 1996. Marine Products Kimuraya has continually regarded food safety as an important goal since its foundation, and in order to confirm the safety of our food products, we began to experiment along with Shimane University, which tried adding E. coli O157 to our products. This experiment revealed the amazing fact that E. coli O157 is destroyed inside the mozuku salad with vinegar without producing toxins. This research accelerated, and we succeeded in the extraction and refinement of the functional antibacterial constituent fukoidan from mozuku.
モズクのフコイダンがですね、大腸菌の生育を抑えるメカニズムについて多少いくつか調べたり実験したりしながらしておりますと、細胞の増殖を抑えるということが分かりました。細胞の増殖で異常な増殖は癌細胞でございますので、癌細胞の増殖に対してどんな影響を与えるだろうかということをいくつか実験をいたしました。
In this experiment, mozuku fukoidan was added to human stomach cancer cells to examine the effect on cancer cells. The results showed that while cancer cell proliferation is suppressed, normal cell proliferation is not affected. And in the course of our research, we chanced on an amazing property of mozuku fukoidan.
抗がん剤による胃がん細胞が死滅していくのがいいんです。そのままいきますけども、正常細胞が同じようなダメージを受けるのをですね、ある程度抑制することが分かりました。
In this experiment, we employed 5-FU, an anti-cancer agent, commonly used to treat stomach cancer. When cells proliferate, cancer cells intake this anti-cancer agent and are destroyed. However, normal cells also intake it and are partially destroyed, causing side effects such as vomiting and diarrhea. In this experiment, normal stomach cells were pre-treated with mozuku fukoidan before adding the anti-cancer agent. Although normal cells were partially destroyed when only the anti-cancer agent was used, normal cells pre-treated with mozuku fukoidan survived completely unaffected. Marine Products Kimuraya has acquired a patent for high polymer mozuku fukoidan as a side effect suppressant against anti-cancer agents. We are presently conducting research into functional evaluation in collaboration with Totori University Faculty of Medicine and with the assistance of Totori Institute of Industrial Technology, with the aim of developing foods with a special function. In projects conducted by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, we have successfully demonstrated the remedial effect of fukoidan on urine acidity, as well as its ability to prevent conditions such as gout, as a result of joint research made possible through a tie-up between Marine Products Kimuraya, Totori University, and the Totori Institute of Industrial Technology. Although it is preferable that human urine maintains a pH level above 6.0, many people suffering from gout show an acidic level of below 6.0. However, we have learned that when fukoidan is taken, pH levels move into the normal range and are maintained for more than 24 hours, lowering acidity and leading to improvements in gout. Also, we researched the promotion of cartilage regeneration using rabbits in a laboratory. We were able to confirm the surprising effect that the joint damage of the rabbits which were given fukoidan was cured quickly. The part stained blue is regenerated cartilage. When they were given fukoidan, their cartilage was regenerated more than 6 times as much.
フコイダンはですね、硫酸化多糖というですね、そういう高分子なんですけども、そういう硫酸化多糖というものが軟骨には非常に重要な物質なんですね。 今まで10年あたり、いろんな物質について軟骨の再生っていうのをやってきたんですけども、それと比較してもですね、遜色ないんですね。で、こういうものが高分子多糖という、そういうものから起こってくるというのは非常に驚きだと思います。
Furthermore, research into the health-enhancing effects of fukoidan has also revealed that it has a remedial effect on intestinal conditions, and that it accelerates the decomposition of alcohol. In an experiment undertaken by physiology experts investigating the number of days with bowel movements for adults suffering from constipation, it was found that the group taking fukoidan showed a steady increase in frequency of bowel movements that was sustained even after the intake period. A breath test to measure the amount of alcohol and acetaldehyde was conducted on subjects who had drunk alcohol 30 minutes after taking fukoidan. Results showed that the alcohol level was lower, and also that acetaldehyde, which is responsible for sickness from drinking and hangovers, is reduced by 20 to 50% when fukoidan is taken. Triggered by the pursuit of food safety in response to E. coli 0157, fukoidan research has advanced tremendously, and we are now in the process of acquiring patents related to the development of fukoidan as a functional food, recognizing its ability to suppress the proliferation of stomach cancer cells, its ability to facilitate improvements in intestinal conditions, such as an increase in the frequency of bowel movements, and its ability to accelerate alcohol decomposition and prevent sickness from drinking alcohol and from hangovers. It also has the ability to suppress the side effects caused by different types of anti-cancer agents. This suppression of side effects of anti-cancer agents was confirmed in clinical tests with patients who were in therapy using anti-cancer agents, separated randomly into two groups, those who were given fukoidan and those who weren't. This result was announced at a meeting of the Japan Surgical Association held in 2009 under the title Investigation of the Effectiveness of Fukoidan Originating from Sea Algae as a Countermeasure for the Side Effects of Anti-Cancer Chemotherapy in Cases of Advanced Recurrent Colon Cancer. As part of a project conducted by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology, we have applied for 2 international patents on the improvement of urine acidity to prevent gout and related illnesses, and on promoting cartilage regeneration. As for the improvement of urine acidity, we have applied for a patent in the United States of America. We have applied for 6 patents together with Totori University, and one of them on prevention of thrombosis was granted.
Thank you for watching. At first, I'd like to introduce the material seaweed, fukoidan, and our factory. Our company locates on this area of the main island of Japan. The producing district of material seaweed is Okinawa area. Here may be familiar in US society due to many camps and bases of United States Force, Japan. The climate in Okinawa area is subtropics. The islands are surrounded by a coral reef. The inside of reef is a sea, which is shallow off the shore. The farm of the material sea algae is set up in the sea. The seafloor consists of the white coral carcasses, which reflect the sunlight to provide a good environment for the photosynthesis of sea algae. This photo is the farming material algae. The name is Okinawa mozuku. This seaweed is a specialty of Okinawa area and has been used as a food. The harvest season of this algae is winter. Under the sea, the diver gathers the algae using a pump. The algae is lifted up to their ship and is stored by salted or frozen. Fukoidan is a kind of polysaccharide from brown algae. In its structure, the main sugar in the backbone is fucose. In addition, this polysaccharide is sulfated. This polysaccharide is soluble and the aqueous solution is viscous. This acts as a soluble dietary fiber in human intestine. In Japan, fukoidan is applied for supplements and cosmetics. Our fukoidan used in this study was purified in our factory. This photo is inside in the factory. We are trying to keep hygienic condition constantly. The factory was certified as FSSC 22000, and the main products manufactured in here were certified as GMP. From now on, I explain an effect of fukoidan which suppresses the side effect of anti-cancer drug in detail. This topic was shown briefly in the video before. The title was Fukoidan reduces the toxicities of chemotherapy for patients with unresectable advanced or recurrent colorectal cancer. The paper was published in 2011. This slide shows the design of this study. The purpose is to evaluate whether fukoidan reduces the toxicity of chemotherapeutic drugs in patients. The participants were 20 patients in total. They were divided in a control group and experimental group. The patients started the administration of fukoidan. The amount per day was 150 milliliters of liquid type of fukoidan sample, which contained 4.005 grams. The administration period was 6 months. At the same time, chemotherapy was started. The duration of this cycle was 2 to 3 weeks, according to the patient's clinical condition. The participants of this experiment had unresectable advanced or recurrent colorectal cancer. The primary tumor was emerged in the part of human gastrointestinal system. It's the part of site of tumor. This is a quoted sentence from our original paper. It is essential to continue effective chemotherapy for as long as possible to prolong the survival of patients. This slide explains the regimen of chemotherapy in this study. M446 was administered to 16 patients. Porphyry was also administered to 4 patients, followed by their request. The 3 types of anti-cancer agents were used in each regimen. As well known, these medicines inhibit the growth of cancer cells. At the same time, they are also toxic to the normal cells and induce side effects in chemotherapy. Both regimen was similar, but irinotecan instead of oxaliplatin was used in porphyry. This is a table of patient characteristics. Both fucoidan administration group and control group consisted of 10 patients. The average of age was about 70s, and ratio of male and female was here. Eastern Cooperative Oncology Group performance status was also similar. All patients had a primary tumor in colon or rectum, and about half of participants were recurrent tumor patients. In conclusion, the p-value was high enough not to show the difference statistically. The patients were divided in 2 groups without lopsided. This is the result. This slide shows the average number of treatment cycles per patient. The number in fucoidan administration group was 90.9. On the other hand, control group was 10.8. The patient in fucoidan group continued chemotherapy approximately 2-fold longer than control, which was significantly greater. This is a comparison of major adverse events. The all toxicity were graded according to the National Center Institute common toxicity criteria. Peripheral neuropathy was graded according to the specific grading system. Hematological variables and clinical status were recorded every 2 weeks during the chemotherapy period. Almost all adverse events didn't show the difference, but the event fatigue was significantly suppressed in the fucoidan group. This graph is survival curves of patients after fucoidan treatment. Although the difference was not statistically significant, the survival of fucoidan receiving group was longer than that of control group. This is the summary. The effect of fucoidan in chemotherapy was evaluated. The average number of treatment cycles of chemotherapy in the fucoidan group was significantly greater. And adverse events, general fatigue, was significantly suppressed. The mechanism of this fucoidan's effect has been unsolved yet, but unsupportive information was published in 2012. In this study, the mouse dendritic cells, a kind of immune cells, were treated by 5-FU. The cell viability was decreased, but the cell death was suppressed by addition of fucoidan, suggesting that fucoidan may protect dendritic cells from the toxicity of anti-cancer drug. This is just an in vitro experiment, but we suppose such an effect might occur in the fucoidan-taking patients. Then the cancer cells may be attacked by the drug more selectively, and normal cells may be able to avoid the attack by the drug. In conclusion, patients may help keeping the physical condition. This is an information of our research activity. Our company opened our fukoidan research in a website. This is a URL of website. It's easy to find this site by using fukoidan and evidence as keywords in a search engine. In addition, our company opened the other website to introduce general information about fukoidan to US society. We chose the information of fukoidan mainly from specific papers about health and therapeutic topics. This is the last slide. Our member, Taichi Takayanagi, receives your questions about this presentation and fukoidan. Here is his contact information. Please send email to him even after this conference is over. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Minaru Funosoki, for the presentation. And thank you for sponsoring this webinar. And moving on to our next presentation. Next presentation will be also a video presentation. The video presentation is by Thelma van der, co-creator of Coloronautics from New Zealand. And the title of the video will be The Color as a Coaching Tool with Coloronautics. We'll be playing the video.
Thanks, colleagues. I think it was a great event, and eye-opening, and a lot has been shared, and we're grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Landworth, and together with Mary Ashby Green, we have developed a system we calling colonostics. Colonostics is designed to help practitioners and coaches to help their clients. And it's a combination of the psychology of color and NLP. Color is used, as you know, in many different ways, like in marketing or in health, design, fashion, architecture, and education. But we work with the emotions behind color, and actually we see color more as a language that can give insight and reveal information. You're all familiar that every color has a positive and a negative side. So like, for instance, red can mean love, energy, and passion, but it could also mean anger, frustration, and impatience. So behind every color, there is an emotion and a message, and our color choices reveal these emotions and messages. We all make color choices, but often they are made from our subconscious and from the heart. And to get information from this level, you have to ask the right questions. For example, if you would ask, what is your favorite color? And the answer is yellow. The positive aspects of yellow are in the person's strengths and talents. But if you ask the question, do you wear yellow? And the answer is no, not anymore. I stopped 4 years ago. That reveals that some of the negative aspects of yellow has occurred in the person's life, triggering certain emotions 4 years ago. When you ask the question, do you have yellow in your house? And the answer is yes. This means that they want to surround themselves with some positive aspects of yellow. And this makes them feel safe and comfortable. It's all about asking the right questions, and every color will give you deep insight. So we have developed very specific questions, and each question is designed that you or the client can go through a process that will give new insight and possibilities. We call this a breakthrough tool because instead of answering questions with words, we ask to choose a color. And you might think, well, why are we doing that? Because our color choices come mainly from our subconscious, and they surpass the rational mind that will not be capable to solve the problem. So now you can go deeper in the essence of the problem and also get new possibilities and solutions. This is a 5-step process, and the first identifies in step 1 and 2 the issue the client is struggling with and what is blocking the client to come to a solution. The meaning of each color choice is written in the manual so that client and coach get insight in the answers given after each question. The client will choose which sentence reflects their feelings and emotions most. So if the client cannot relate to the meaning of the color choice in the book, they have chosen a color with their head and not with their heart. They will have to choose again. Steps 3 and 4 also have very specific questions and are designed in a way to move the client forward. And this allows the client to personally come with a new perspective, a new solution, and a breakthrough. The client has now created a new story and is free to transform emotions, certain beliefs, thoughts, and actions. So it's like everything, change your perspective and you will see the world with other eyes and your world will actually change. As Wayne Dyer said, if you change the way you see things, the things you see will change. Mary will now share a case study with you in the following slides.
We'd like to share with you a case study about a woman going through a divorce, dealing with her ex-husband and son. She was exhausted by the ongoing conflict. She felt overpowered and couldn't hold her ground in negotiations for the future. She couldn't see a way forward. At step 1, after describing the issue, I asked her to choose the colour that best described how she felt about the whole situation. She chose navy. And here you'll see the number of statements that pinpoint the current problem or issue in the negative. Nearly every statement resonated with her, particularly, I am alone and isolated. I'm worn down by life's harshness. I'm exhausted trying to do the right thing. I feel judged by others and not taken seriously. I fear failing. I fear I'm inadequate and increasingly feeling disconnected from herself. In step 2, we ask, what's stopping you from moving forward and solving this problem? And I asked her to choose the colour that she felt represented what was blocking her. She chose lime green. And this colour will reveal the subconscious layer of what's stopping you from solving or finding solutions. It's often the layer that you are unaware of. Many of these statements accurately described what was causing the problem. Particularly, I feel sick and nervous if there is confrontation. I feel helpless and shut myself down. I'm scared and restricted by dominating people. I suppress myself to avoid upsetting others, and I am over accommodating of others. This one was a surprise to her. I asked her how long this had been a pattern in her life, and she was tearful as she remembered the messages from her father to speak properly or keep quiet, and how easily she lost her confidence if she wasn't expressing herself well. She wanted to make changes in her life. The waterfall is the stage to reflect on what you have learned and to take the opportunity to release your old ways of thinking, feeling, and acting. When you have clarity on what's blocking you, step into the waterfall, allow it to clear your inner thoughts and feelings, making space for something new in the next step. Step 3 is a very specific question. What would it be like when everything is somehow solved and without you even knowing how, you are free of this issue? What colour? You'll also see the colonostics pad for your client to record the new thoughts and feelings. So these statements in step 5 also begin with I, and this is so that she consciously chooses her inner dialogue, her self-talk. This colour resonated deeply, and in tears she said she realised, I deserve to be heard regardless of how I say things. She then made a decision. It's time my voice was heard. A month later, she said she feels like a new person, calm and empowered within. At a deep level, she now believes that she has something to say that deserves to be heard and that her feelings are equal to others. There are still issues to be solved, but she feels different within, and in her own quiet way, she is standing up for herself, is no longer letting people talk over her or speak for her.
As you've seen, change the colors in your life, and your life will change. We have also developed more applications with color. How to use color to identify the cause of physical symptoms, which colors can bring harmony and balance these physical symptoms, how to use color to identify certain needs and at the same time create focus. Thank you for allowing us to present at this wonderful conference.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Thelma, for the video presentation. And we are announcing our upcoming in-person meet on Global Conference on Traditional and Alternative Medicine on February 13th to 15th, 2023 at Miami, USA. It will be great honor to have your presence in our upcoming meet. Thank you, everyone. And we are wrapping up with the meeting. Once again, I thank you for making this webinar a huge success. Once again, I thank you all for making this webinar a huge success and hoping that our association continues for further events. If you have any queries, please write back to your program manager. We are closing the session now. And we once again thank our sponsors. And we especially thank our sponsors, Marine Products, Kimiora Group, Kimiora Functional Foods Company Limited for sponsoring this webinar. Your support is gratifying. We hope that our association continues for further events. And thank you. Have a great day.